All right, everybody. It is the 14th of September, 2021. Hope you're doing well. I could be home on my wedding anniversary, but I get to join all of you. So, the joys of life in public service. We've got 5 items on the agenda tonight, and I think a couple might generate some discussion, a couple are relatively routine. We're going to begin with discussion of public properties along Hickory Street. And so for that, I am going to turn it over to Blaine Williams, manager of the Unified Government, and Paul Kramer, CEO of the Classic Center.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. The first item on our agenda tonight has to do with the Hickory Street parking deck, a proposed deck that would serve the Classic Center Arena. There's some opportunity for a partnership here on the Judicial Center as well. There have been some previous thoughts about a deck between the Unified Government and the Classic Center Arena to not only serve the arena, but other development that could occur down there. I guess it was about a year ago that we talked about this partnership with a private developer at the time, and we deferred on that. We're at a point now in the timeline where the Classic Center Arena needs to move forward with the design and construction of that to support the arena, which you've made some approvals recently that's moving that project along. And so we'll talk about both those items within this presentation briefly. We have Paul Kramer, Classic Center Director and Executive Director, and Marcus Vess, Project Manager, serving the project through Impact, the firm of Impact. So with that, I think Paul will lead us off, Marcus, and then I'll add some thoughts at the end. Thanks, Paul.
Great, and I can just share the screen. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, either you or I, whichever you'd like to do.
I'll hopefully be able to put this up. If I fail, I'll ask for you to do it.
Should be able to do it now, Paul.
Right. Okay, great. Well, I want to just start out with saying thank you for all the support that all of you have given us to get to this point with the arena. It really is a very exciting time, and I think we're all going to be very proud of what comes of the arena. But really, our purpose for coming before you tonight is to talk about that relationship between the Classic Center Arena project, update you on our timeline, and talk about how that will dovetail into the Hickory Street parking deck, and really hopefully define what that parking deck will be. Update us on the advantages of the multi-purpose deck and the Hickory Street parking timeline and budget. I'm going to let Marcus speak to that, and then look at the potential use of the property for the Judicial Center site, and Blaine will largely go through that. Marcus, you want to take us through a little bit of the history so far?
Yeah, I think most all of you are aware of the various agenda reports that have come before you, and thank you for your approval of those, both the architect and the construction manager. The architect, Perkins Will, the construction manager is J.E. Dunn. And so we are pretty far along in design of the arena. And one thing I'll point out to you is that the arena, the plaza outside the arena, is largely a connecting pedestrian artery from downtown, planned to go across Hickory to the parking deck, ultimately down to the River District. So we see that as a pretty important piece of the concept for the project. Not only does it serve as a pedestrian corridor, but it also serves as part of the exiting strategy in getting people from the arena in the event of a fire alarm or some other kind of emergency. So all the planning contemplates being able to exit out, or a lot of the capacity exiting out onto the plaza across Hickory and into the parking deck that we'll get into in just a moment. So as we've planned this project all along, we've been thinking, initially it was a 1,200 car deck. We're now thinking of that as an 800 car deck, since we no longer have the third party who was originally considered to be part of that. So next slide, Paul. Just very briefly, the schedule is to, as you know, because this was in the agenda report that we submitted last month, we're headed toward guaranteed maximum pricing that we will contract with the construction manager with and go to construction around the end of the year with a target for completing the arena in roughly October of 2023. And so as you'll see with the parking deck, the plan is to get that project moving forward so that it is completed and opens at the same time the arena opens. Next slide. So we put together a very conceptual kind of estimate for the parking deck. Obviously, we're in a economy right now where it's a little volatile, but we're projecting the total capacity of the deck to be at 800 spaces, 300 of those designated for the Classic Center Authority in support of the arena, and the other 500 as part of Athens-Clarke County government spaces. Obviously, some real economies can be realized by constructing a deck here. It's obviously close to the arena, it's close to the multimodal center, and so there's a number of advantages. One of the things our architect said was the best thing we could do, this is Perkins & Will, who does arenas all over the country. One of the best things we can do from a sustainability standpoint is locate the arena within the downtown area so that we take advantage of all of the existing infrastructure, street systems, existing parking spaces, both on the street and in parking decks. And so we think that locating this parking deck there would have the same benefits and economies. We have put together a request for initial planning cost of $425,000. That would include getting started with schematic design of the parking deck, updating the master plan, which you have seen before, but there have been some tweaks and revisions that we really need to get incorporated. Preliminary engineering, if you'll recall, one of the recommendations from our traffic study was to consider the possibility of adding a third center turn lane to Hickory with all the other development that's going on. So we would need some initial engineering analysis of Hickory Street and what that might involve. Surveying, testing, the soil borings, and project management and contingency is all included in that $425,000.
So I think we have talked about this parking deck quite a bit, but I just thought it would be helpful to put some illustrations up, sort of highlighting the collaborative effort that could happen with both of us partnering on bringing this deck to life. It now appears that to save some funds, we're going to be using pour-in-place concrete on the main arena. So having that contractor on site could really help us with this parking deck as well. A pour-in-place deck would allow us to put a little better foundation in where you can support additional office space at the top level and give us some additional opportunities to make this a real mixed-use parking deck. It would also allow us to support additional solar on top of the roof and really combine our efforts to do an outstanding regional water retention site. There's some creative things that we can do to attract more people towards our river district. I know that some of our commission have talked about the importance of making this deck really an inviting place by bringing and inviting entertainment components that are not currently a part of our downtown, something that would really add to it and encourage future growth along that Firefly Trail. Maximizing the efficiencies of daytime use for the Judicial Center and then utilization of those same parking spaces again for the evening and entertainment district, I think really affords us a great opportunity. In terms of funding, I know that you've seen before where the Classic Center's 300 spaces would generate about $300,000 a year. So we've extrapolated that to say that your 500 spaces should be able to draw revenue of $500,000 a year. And if we were to use a little bit of the tax allocation district funding and really get smart about what we do in terms of leases to what would normally be retail spaces and or office spaces, I think there's some additional revenues that could be there. And I just took Marcus's number of 24 million and looked at what we're currently seeing in the bond market. And I think that a structure like this would certainly be something that could help us move this project along and meet the deadline, because we are going to have to make these decisions in order to move this forward and hit the timeline. Otherwise, we'd have this bridge that crosses Hickory Street and goes to the skinniest, tallest parking deck you've ever seen in your life, because there'd only be 300 spaces on the other side of Hickory Street. And Marcus, you want to tell them a little bit more about that timeline?
Sure. I can probably cover this in the next 30 minutes or so, I think. No, just kidding. Basically, what we've shown here is the steps in the process that we need to follow to involve public engagement and all the various approval processes, iterations in the parking deck. As you might imagine, the parking deck can be built a little faster than the arena. It's not as complicated of a facility. However, I think there's a huge advantage to going ahead and getting started and having them basically, excuse me, on parallel paths to the extent that they can be. We're already, as I mentioned, pretty far down the road in terms of design of the arena, as you know. So there's some catching up we need to do to be able to maintain a schedule where we deliver the parking deck at the same time that we open the arena. So without getting into all the minutia, that's basically what this schedule outlines. I think that we would need to get a release and a decision to move forward somewhere November, certainly no later than December, in order to make sure that we can deliver the deck at the same time as the arena opens.
And Blaine, we'll turn this back to you.
Sure. So in the graphic before you, you can see the deck there to the left, and just below the deck and across Hickory Street, the multimodal center. The way that 5-acre site is laid out, there's already stormwater detention that serves a good part of the downtown, above the Classic Center coming back down. And it will need to be reworked regardless of what goes in this area. That leaves the available site you can see there in green. And there have been discussions, internally about anything from the Judicial Center to, a future corporate headquarters. But whatever, I think, the way that our land use code and our future land use map is positioned is to create more density in the urban core, and certainly density, something that this body's been talking about quite a bit. So an ultimate build out there at that site is envisioned. And invariably, it would need, unless the parking was to go under the building at that site, it might make sense to gain some efficiencies with the Classic Center to go ahead and construct some structured parking, either for the ACC Gov's purposes or perhaps entice a private entity there for corporate headquarters or some other use. Go ahead, Paul. So with regards to the Judicial Center, that, of course, is a SPLOST project as well. There's really two routes to go here. Typically, we have a process that we follow whenever we build, as we call a vertical project, a building. We have a site selection process. That's a committee that is appointed and generally has a commissioner and some citizens and staff to support it. And they work with the user group. And the user group hires the architect. The architect finds out what is required for the building. There's a space program, how many square feet should it be, what kind of footprint it should have, how much parking it should support. And then the committee goes forth and looks at sites and checks back in with the commission. There's public input, and then the commission gives some direction, and then finally, ultimately a site is selected. Some of you might remember it. I think the most recent time we went through this was the siting of the fire station on the west side. along with cooperative extension. And of course, they would be considering more different options that allows for more public engagement as compared to just a direct anointment of a site, and obviously more transparency. Go ahead, Paul. The reason we bring this to you today is there's a couple of decision points here. One is whether we want you want to partner with the Classic Center to build more than 300 spaces for some future use on the rest of the property which the government owns. And that will be a decision that stands alone regardless of what you want to do with the Judicial Center. With the Judicial Center, there were some compelling reasons for me to offer you this alternative and for you to consider and discuss it. And that is, as you know, back when the commission was given some direction on this was the type of project they'd like to see, a new municipal building was the first iteration, and then it became apparent that we really needed a new Judicial Center. And there was an original estimate done for $82 million, and that was cut back $5 million in the SPLOST process. As we're learning with the Classic Center arena, those costs are increasing. One of the several of the things which we could potentially save on if you were to go this route is obviously we own the property, so there would not be any property acquisition cost. The $82 million, and let me just qualify for everybody and certainly the viewing public, the $77 million that was approved for the facilities space modernization included a new Judicial Center, and then about $9 million to renovate the existing courthouse to move other city departments, county departments into, and vacate some other properties that were currently spread out all over the community. So really, when you cut it back, now we're down to $67 million just for the Judicial Center building. Some initial space programming put that at about $140,000. So we're not even really talking about site development or parking. So the efficiencies that could be realized here might provide some vital savings that are needed to put towards the building itself and try and build it out for like it needs to be as far as envisioned by the tenants, the different various court functions. The site selection process does take some time to complete. It was 2 years, it's 18 months, and really the first 6 months, y'all, is common to any project. So it's really about a year extension, if you will, because this first 6 months is selecting the architect and doing some of the initial design work that informs the type of site that's required. History has shown us that over time, construction costs tend to increase, so extending that out further may even add some more escalation to that. Right now, we are looking ahead to a future where we vacate some older buildings that aren't quite as energy efficient to move into renovated courthouse. Of course, the courthouse renovation can't start until the Judicial Center is complete and those tenants have moved out. So we're moving further out into the future to realize this vision. And then I think from one of the higher ratings for this site compared to others out in the community would be that it is directly adjacent to the multimodal center, so transit accessibility is at an all-time high there. So just a few reasons there why you might consider this as a site for the Judicial Center. It's downtown. There's already the infrastructure that Marcus alluded to, attorney's offices, things of that nature. Is where folks come downtown to do business. So go ahead, Paul. So really, I want to, there's a few things here. We need some direction on whether to partner with the Classic Center on some additional spaces, as we've discussed in the past. And if so, then, we'll need to agree to participate in the cost of the land planning and design of the deck. And then ultimately contracting, well, actually not ultimately, contracting with a design professional, because we have an architect on board, Perkins and Will. And so it would be a change order to their existing contract to go ahead and do that planning. So that's one decision point for discussion. And the second is, do you want to consider this as a potential site for the Judicial Center and try and realize some efficiencies there to help create more building, hopefully. So with that, Paul or Marcus, any parting comments?
No, I just think there's a great opportunity for us to come together and do something great on this site and hopefully save us all a good bit of money while doing it. So I'd love for you to take a look at it.
Okay, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, everybody. And just kind of in terms of focusing the conversation, and Paul, if you can stop sharing, that way everybody will be able to kind of be on screen. Let's begin just with the conversation about the deck itself and see if there are questions with that, and then we'll shift to conversation about the Judicial Center prospective site. So just any discussion about the deck or queries about that. And let's see, I saw Mike first.
You're muted, Mike. You're muted.
Wait, no, he's not. Keep going, Mike.
Okay. Thank you. I got a new computer, so I'm all confused. But Paul, thank you for being here, and Marcus, thank you as well. I do have some questions though. Of course, I kind of over the years have figured out a little bit about parking, and it's not been an easy process. But with the parking deck that you're proposing, if you're building 300 and we're building 500, it looks like based on the numbers that you could get the enough money to cover whatever bond debt service you wanted to cover for whatever amount of time. Is there a reason why you just don't build, why the Classic Center just doesn't build 800 spaces that they need right off the bat without having to worry about us? And I guess the reason I'm asking that question is because I don't know if you want to worry with us being a partner, for one, but also, I would hope the arena is going to be looking for some daytime activity as well, that may sort of conflict with the Judicial Center down there, and I'll get to that point in a minute. So that's one question. The second question may be for Kelly or Blaine, and I'm maybe jumping ahead here, but it seems like when Commissioner Herod and Commissioner Neesmith were here, we did talk about having the site selection committee process in play, and that's been almost 18 months ago, maybe. So is there a reason why that hasn't already occurred? I'm not arguing for or against it being in this location, but it just seems like we would have already had this question answered by now. So Paul, maybe to you, why to me it seems like it'd be beneficial to the Classic Center to build the deck by yourselves, borrow the money, build the deck by yourselves, so that way in the long run you're gonna, after it's paid off, you're gonna recoup the investment there.
Mike, maybe we can, and maybe we need to study that a bit more. But to be honest with you, I think Clarke County would be a great partner, and I think it just maximizes the use of each and every parking space there. The vast majority of the usage will be kind of after 5, and we've checked across the country other arenas to see what their relationship is. And many of them have a very similar relationship to the one we're proposing. And what they see is really maximizing the use of that parking deck. I mean, to your point, there will be times when we need more parking during the day, and we'll have to look at other opportunities, not unlike what we do with the Methodist Conference, right? When they come to town, we find unique ways to fill that need. But I think that if you're looking for the best, highest use of this public building, I think it is a partnership between both of us. And frankly, the Classic Center is out there quite a bit right now with building the arena in terms of the total bonds that we're taking out and whatnot. And we're just, conservative by nature and want to make sure that we've got more than enough to cover that debt as we go forward.
Okay, and just one more follow-up question, if I could, Mayor, and then I'll stop. Is just in thinking about it and long-term plannings, and Paul, I'm sure you thought about this as well. I mean, because I know you always think, okay, I've got the arena for this time. Now the next T-SPLOST or next SPLOST will be here 10 years from now. What's my next big thing? And I like the fact that you think in those terms. you're really boxing yourselves in, no pun intended, with how much you can grow from that standpoint for the Classic Center. If it seems to me that we put something down here, and we're making this a very crowded area and very crowded for downtown. And I'm just wondering, for a judicial center that's going to last us 100 years, whether or not that's the right approach. But I think we can have that discussion as we move down the line. I don't know that I'm not necessarily arguing against moving forward with planning for a parking deck. I guess I would just need some more understanding about the site selection committee, why that process hasn't gone forward, and whether or not this would be the best location for a judicial center versus some private organization that could share in the parking with you. So I hope that helps. Thanks, Mayor.
Mayor, I can speak to Commissioner Hamby's question if that's okay about the 18 months. So, much of last year was taken up. The commission wanted to rebid the program administration, the thing that Jacobs has been doing with us for some time. And the mayor appointed a committee, I think in February of last year, to kind of look at the whole process. And throughout the summer, that committee deliberated. We ended up bidding it out. We ended up bringing a program administrator in-house, which I think was something that was contemplated for years. And then in the fall of last year, if you'll remember, we started the whole tiering, how to divide up the funds over the years. And that drifted, that went back and forth. There were different iterations through the holidays. And I think finally 6 months ago in February, the actual monies and the budgets were approved. And so since then, a user group was appointed. And as a matter of fact, at this very last meeting, you approved the architect, I think Croft and Associates last week, who will be the Judicial Center architect. And as part of the site selection process, the architect meets with the user group. They do some space programming. They figure out basically what the footprint is and the requirement that's needed for the acreage. And then that's when the site selection committee gets started in earnest. So that's what's been going on in the last 18 months.
See, I saw Carol's hand. No, Melissa.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'll just say off the bat that I'm in favor of partnering with the Classic Center on this project, if only for the fact that this body would continue to have a say in the project moving forward, the design, any additional uses of it. I really would like to see a structure that's not only a parking deck, but maybe has some opportunities for local entrepreneurs in it. There are plenty of examples out there of multifunctional parking deck structures. So that's a big concern of mine. It's just assuring that we have kind of this holistic approach to it moving forward. And I'll say that I am wholly in favor of keeping the Judicial Center downtown. I really feel like it would be another nail in the coffin of downtown if we were to move our Judicial Center away. And I really fear the kind of trickle down domino effect that it would have on the overall economy and culture of downtown if we were to move the courthouse functions out of the downtown vicinity. And I feel like bringing those functions to this particular part of downtown could really enhance the economy of that part of downtown. It's very much a student ghetto at this point. And, I feel like bringing some kind of grown-up activity to that part of downtown could really diversify our downtown, particularly in that end.
Thanks, Melissa. Other thoughts, particularly about the parking component first. Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Link, but I'll save that for later if necessary. So I am curious, of those 800 spaces, if we do partner and we get the 800, how many are y'all contemplating are going to be electric vehicle spaces, either by percent or number?
I think we would follow your lead on that. Right now, we have, I think, 5 electric vehicle spaces out in front of the Classic Center, and we're developing another, I think it's 6 inside level 2. So if there was some benchmark, Commissioner Houle, that you wanted to see us hit, we'd certainly be open to that.
Okay. Yeah, I know in a previous discussion, I believe Andrew Saunders, who I think is on this call, was kind of involved in a discussion about trying to set up maybe kind of a standard metric we can operate on for parking in general. And I don't know if parking decks would be different than parking for your average smaller lot. So I'd be curious his insight on that. But I'd also, I guess, like to know how much that would affect the overall cost, if it would be significant or not in any way.
I think you're going to find there's programs out there. I mean, the ones that we just put in place were largely paid for by others. So there's pretty good programs out there for that right now.
Yeah, assuming we can find revenue for funding them, I guess I'd like to maximize the number of spaces we can. Again, if we're thinking about this as a 100-year project, my understanding is it's much easier to build stuff in when you're building the whole thing than it is to try to retroactively add wiring and outlets and things. I guess the other question I have is about that revenue slide. So I saw, I think it was 500,000 for a year, basically, was what you were contemplating, 500 spaces getting us. And I'm curious where that figure comes from, in that I'm assuming if we're participating in this and we are to move forward with something like the Judicial Center, then a lot of that would probably be staff parking that wouldn't generate revenue the same way as someone just driving into the deck and paying to park, right?
And Paul, if I might, thank you, Commissioner. And Paul and I talked about that. That's actually not a revenue slide. That is a debt service slide. So if we were to borrow the funds to build the deck, the arena obviously is committed to borrowing funds. That's, y'all have seen the Classic Center authorities approved pro formas and the way that they're going to generate revenue to help pay the debt on the private bonds. And so the project funding, Paul went ahead and put together, if we were not to locate the Judicial Center there, then we don't have a ready source of funding to help offset the cost of the deck. At this point, I think the mayor is talking to the state about some potential partnerships there. Now, if the Judicial Center were to be located there, then you could use SPLOST funds to offset some of that. Just to give you an order of magnitude, the cost estimates per space, which is typically what's done, the range that I think Marcus had put together is somewhere between 27,500 a space to 30,000 a space. So 500 spaces on our side of the ledger is going to be between 13 and 15 million approximately. So that's just for the parking and not for the Judicial Center. So just to kind of clarify for you, no Judicial Center, then probably borrowing, or some other source of funding. If the Judicial Center goes there, then perhaps a hybrid or several sources of funding, including some SPLOST funds, perhaps some borrowing. It depends on how it all shakes out. I hope that answers the question.
I guess it does, but it just leads me to one more, which is, do we have a figure on revenue we think this would generate for the county once it's all built?
I'll answer that if you like. All I could do is look at past performance. We have 700 parking spaces right now. So I just extrapolated what am I actually making net from operating our parking spaces, and it's roughly $1,000 per parking space is what we net after we pay, staff to operate it, the machinery, all of those things. That's about what we get.
And that's an annual net, Paul?
It is, and but that is charging for daytime and nighttime and monthlies and every other way that I can skin a cat to make some money.
Okay. All right, we're gonna let the cats live here.
That's
all
right. That's right.
All right, I'm gonna turn to Ovita, then Tim and Carol, and Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I feel a little bit outdone because I did think we would get a report from the committee and a recommendation. And I guess where I stand at, I definitely would like to partner with Classic City on the parking deck. I have reservations, which I stated before, about the location of the Judicial Center. The Judicial Center will always also be a boost for the economy, and it opens up areas not far from Athens, but it's convenient that would, I could see businesses expanding outside of downtown. It seems like we put our emphasis on several areas all the time, which is downtown and a couple of other areas. And we overlook opportunities outside of the downtown market. If the committee would have recommended this space, I probably would not have liked it, but I would have felt better than ten of us making this kind of decision. I don't know where equity fits in with this recommendation. It just seems like it's about, it just doesn't seem equitable. And these are the things that 20 years, 30 years from now, somebody will say, why did they do that? And they, and because it's not reaching a bunch of people. That's my thought on that. But my question is, I think I seen on the chart about the, did I see something about TAD dollars, $200,000? Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that based on?
I just knew that there was a tax allocation district that y'all really didn't want to use that money for this purpose, but I was trying to meet the debt obligation. So I put everything I could think of in there to meet that debt obligation. It was just a random example of how we could get there.
So then I'm looking at the recycling or the reversing of the TAD dollars. And I know that part of District 2 is in the downtown TAD district. Is there any thoughts of, would they get any monies from this project back to District 2 since they are connected to the downtown TAD district?
I think it's fair to say that we're well out from that determination. Paul, I mean, kind of my read of your chart is that, this is sort of plugging some numbers in. But I think, Paul, and Commission certainly observes that there are a number of steps that have to move forward. And really the first is that a citizen review body be established for the River and East Athens TAD, which will be probably very tail end of this week or very first of next week. That body should be named. I've already got a handful of folks who I've reached out to and just a couple of more that I need to talk to. And then what we would want to do with that group, as well as the other new tax allocation district resident body coming on, is orient them to that tool and to the geography that they have some stewardship over, so they understand what all of the potential projects are in the youth development and school realm, in the economic development realm, with affordable housing and with other public infrastructure, whether that's intersection improvements or bike trails or other things. And so I'll say that, I certainly understand Paul looking for a way to fill that necessary debt service gap, but I think we're a long ways from being able to designate TAD dollars there.
So Mayor, are we going to get so then the committee that was appointed a minute ago, so we're not going to get any recommendations from them. This is going to be our decision at the end. And I'm talking mainly about the Judicial Center.
No, exactly the opposite. We'll be asking them for some recommendations based on kind of an entire buffet of possibilities, because there will be a lot of things that really span from almost exactly this location all the way to Triangle Plaza that funds could be spent on. So
I mean, about the physical site of the Judicial building. Building.
So you're asking about the site selection committee?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's part of this discussion tonight. is,
Okay.
do we want to go forward with a site selection committee in the mold of what we looked at for the cooperative extension?
Transparency, I did listen to, I did hear Commissioner Link strongly in support, and I'm sure there are others that feel that way. But if we have a process and we're still trying to be transparent, and if we're trying to be equitable, I think every opportunity we should use to make sure we get public input the best we can. That's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess if we're breaking this down to two parts, on the parking deck, because of the efficiencies that we will realize either way, I'm for the partnership. Also, with what Commissioner Link brought up, that it does give ACC Gov and therefore the constituents a bit of a buy-in and some control over the project. And on the parking deck, also I'm completely with Commissioner Lake. This needs to be more than just a parking deck. I mean, we've had multiple attempts at trying to make our river district something that is a desired location to go to, and we've struggled at that. And honestly, I really see this as our last shot. I think the arena looks fantastic. I love the concepts, but we're still going to have this other block that's going to actually be facing the river. And so I want something ambitious. I want, right, every time we look at something like river districts that are memorable, like Greenville or Oklahoma cities, where they've done these really creative kind of things that puts them on the map nationally, statewide, even internationally. And so if that I would rather that canvas not be a parking deck, but hey, you work with the canvas you got. So if this is the canvas we have, I want us to be bold and really creative here. I want to point people at, there's a thing called the Park and Play parking garage that was built in Copenhagen. They basically built this really cool artistic playground on the rooftop of the parking garage. I'd like to have more green space in this, a bit of basically like a park that has this amazing view overlooking our river. And of course have solar components in there, but have something that brings people there. I think if we don't, then we're just losing this opportunity, and that the river district's never going to be what it could be. So that's what I have on that. And then if we're going to speak to Judicial Center, I'll save my comments for that.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Carol.
I just wanted to better understand the financing as well. In looking back at that chart, Commissioner Thornton had just asked about the tax allocation district. I wanted to ask what was the, what bucket was the entertainment and business leases? Is that the office space that would be at the top, the recreation, the bike rental place, the climbing wall? Where does that money come from?
Yeah, I feel the need to tell you that I put that together just as an expression of what could be. Unlike my other financial plans that I brought before you, I haven't tested any of this. I don't have a design to be able to say I have X amount of square footage yet of retail space or rooftop, area. But I think certainly with a deck of this size, there's going to be sufficient opportunity to do all the things that Commissioner Denson talked about. And certainly there should be able to be built into that a rental income that we could help each other pay back the debt service with. So that's all I was trying to do. And I don't mean to get out over my skis with that pro forma. I'm not ready to go get a bond for that at this time. I'd need to do an awful lot more work before I got to that point.
But the number on the bond of, what was it, 24 million, about that is pretty set. I would ask Manager Williams, just like Paul Kramer has given us that revenue on the Classic Center deck. We already are affiliated with several other parking decks. Can we get some numbers on what the retail is on what the profits are or what we make on those other spots downtown, so we can just have some more accurate numbers. I did my math. I put it down to the day, and that was getting $2.74 profit per space per day to add up to what was needed there. So I just wonder what we're doing with the court house deck that we already have and such. I know it's early in the planning stages, but I think that we do, when we're making a deck like this, have to follow up on what Commissioner Houle said on the electric vehicles and make sure we have as much EV ready structure as possible. Because that's 10 years from now, we should be having 50% of our cars being EVs. So we want to be prepared for that as well as we go forward.
Well, if I might, Commissioner Myers, I guess on the revenue side, certainly we could share with you that. It depends on the use for it. So if, again, two decision points here, you build the extra parking in conjunction with the Classic Center. If it's used for the Judicial Center or some other ACC Gov function, there really won't be any revenue generated during the day. You could explore a partnership with the Classic Center where perhaps the extra spaces were used at night. I think Commissioner Hamby was alluding to how that had joint use. So there could be some revenue sharing there. The Classic Center manages the deck, but it would not be perhaps as much from having just straight monthly leases. You bring in, if you don't do the Judicial Center and you're building it for the future, and you do attract a corporate entity there, then either you would perhaps lease it to them for daytime use, which would produce some revenue, or that would be the negotiation perhaps of getting a corporate headquarters here. Either way, it's hard to project for the life of a bond, which would be 20 or 30 years, what that revenue would be if you don't know exactly what it would be used for.
Isn't that hotel space or whatever that we just talked about last month or added to the intergovernmental loan, isn't that right next to this parking deck?
It is. It's north of this parking deck.
So is that a possibility for revenue wouldn't that be a possibility for revenue as well?
It just really depends on the chicken or the egg. Are you going to build the Judicial Center? Are you not going to build the Judicial Center? If you're going to build the Judicial Center, no, there would not be parking there for them. They would likely have to either build surface parking or build their own deck as a part of it.
Yeah, I just wanted to get my geography right. I just actually drove down there and I was like, ooh, we got a lot of things to fill in here, a lot of Legos. So just to clarify that. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Patrick.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I ditto Commissioner Link and Denson. Something fun, that'd be awesome in this area. But my question is maybe for Blaine or Kramer. So the stormwater detention, just educate me on, can something be built on top of that or explain that open space?
Yes, you could build on top of that. At one point, if you'll remember, there are several iterations of master planning down there, and if you needed to realize some additional space, of course, underground stormwater detention is more expensive. And so the thought is right now that, we would have sort of a regional detention there. It would serve several developments so that you would not be taking up important property with each individual development with individual stormwater ponds. So it already serves a portion of downtown. It could be improved to serve the deck. And I would say, while we're talking about it, excellent question, Commissioner Davenport, you'd probably go ahead and size it for some type of building there, where I showed those, the extra space there along East Broad. So that would be a cost we probably want to go ahead and do now and undertake now while the work was going on.
Thanks, Patrick. Allison.
Hey, Hey there. I appreciate your presentation and also getting updated on the site selection. I've got to say that I missed that we were picking the architect for the deck, right? No, the architect for the Judicial Center has been picked before the site selection committee has even met, right? So that when they start meeting, that can be happening with the right architect. Am I catching that?
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
architect was first.
Okay.
yeah, there's some upfront design work that's needed.
So
Yes.
I'm glad that question and that strategy got mentioned in this topic. So on the next steps of your presentation, can you outline the specifics for me of what is in the approved initial land planning packet? I take it that has nothing to do with the Judicial Center, since
That's right. That was specific to the parking deck itself. So that was
okay.
Well, I will say this. Yes, it doesn't preempt you or force you to go to the Judicial Center. I will say, Paul, some of that land planning would be around the stormwater. That would be part of it. So again, I would recommend that y'all consider going ahead and sizing the stormwater facility for future development, regardless of what that is. That would be a cost that we would look to, go ahead and designate towards the architect in the initial land planning. Marcus, did I misspeak on that?
No, you're spot on. Exactly right.
Okay, so if we go back a couple slides where we have the map with the blue stormwater detention and the green available site, when you're saying that we're going to approve coming up in the next cycle initial land planning packet, we're just planning that blue space to be the stormwater consideration, right? And not encroaching on the green box so that it can stay available for whatever. Am I catching that?
I can answer that. Yes, what we had put together on slide 5, the breakdown of the $425,000 is for master plan. You can see in parentheses there at the bottom, it's schematic design of the deck, as well as an update to the master plan, plus additional engineering, surveying, testing, and geotechnical work that would need to take place within appreciably the deck footprint, but also the stormwater detention pond as well.
Okay, thank you. That helps me understand what's coming in the agenda packet. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Allison. Any other questions about the deck component or its bells and whistles before we move on to discussion of the available site, the green box?
I do have a quick question on that geotech work. Before I came on the commission, I heard, I don't know, somewhere in the air talk of geology in that area. Have we already done some preliminary geology work here? And is
We
this
have. We've completed what's called an environmental phase 1 and phase 2 analysis. So that's doing a lot of look-see under the ground as to what's there. We know there were some contaminants there that have been mitigated. The geotechnical soil borings that I'm talking about are actually to get the structural capacity of the land. How big, how heavy of a facility can we put on there? What are the sizes of the footings to support the deck and whatever we may want to put on top of it?
Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Anything else about the deck component? All right, let's pivot to talk a little bit about the available site and kind of whether we want to go through the site selection committee as Blaine outlined, as those of you who watched the cooperative extension and firehouse siting go, or if we're at the point where, given what we know about prospective collective uses here and the cost elements that we know, if we want to designate this as a site. So see Melissa. Muted, Melissa.
I think up front we should have some kind of general survey or analysis on the impact the removal of the courthouse from downtown would have. There are a lot of businesses that are reliant on the activity there. You know, lawyers' offices, our public defenders' offices are down there. A lot of our restaurants, they don't necessarily cater to the college crowd. Some of our sit-down white-collar restaurants rely on some of that white collar activity for their lunch crowd. So I'd like to at least see some kind of general survey of the impact, the economic and cultural impact the removal of that courthouse activity would have from downtown. Maybe it's something the ADDA could come up with fairly quickly. And a general survey of downtown businesses.
All right. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but we can flesh that out. Tim.
Honestly, I want us to go move forward and have the courthouse be at this location. I think in a way it is transparent because I think it's going to end up being there, and kind of in the same way that SPLOST and TSPLOST committees are asking us, which I know we're going to get to, are asking us to be upfront around what kind of things are already baked in, so that they can more easily make decisions and people can understand the expectations. I think the courthouse is going to be there. And because a courthouse does need to be extremely centrally located, that's just a fact of not just Athens-Clarke County, but every single county and municipal area. It needs to be extremely accessible via public transit. Because of this location, I don't think you can get much more accessible via public transit. Not only public transit, so walking and biking. It is now the actually where the trail for the Firefly Trail ends and the Greenway Trail engages with it in multiple points. It just, to me, makes sense on every single level. Plus, you can get to the things that Melissa brought up, that if you move the courthouse away from downtown, you're going to lose all the law offices downtown, and then those law offices are going to turn into bars. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And we know that. So I hear you. I mean, I want us to be transparent, but if there's, and to me, what the deciding factor of this is, I'm not sure how we could calculate it, but I'm sure we could work it that way, is what is the cost for us not deciding now? What is the cost for losing the efficiencies that we're going to see with possibly the parking deck, with not being able to use contractors that we're going to be using, potentially at the arena, plus over there, stormwater, all of these engineering costs. What are those costs going to be if we delay this component by a year and a half, whatever it's going to be? Because then that's the cost there. And again, if we actively think that it might not be at downtown, then I guess it makes sense for us to maybe take some of that cost. But I think we need to know what it's going to cost our constituents to not use those efficiencies.
Thanks, Tim. Ovita and then Carol.
I just want to go on record. I brought this up before, and we had this discussion. I knew then that it was going to be downtown. Okay. But to take us around the mulberry bush when this decision was pretty much made already, is what I'm talking about. We entertained a whole conversation, looked like we were going to be open and transparent, and we're right back where we started from. Now, if these numbers and figures are what is sealing the deal, that's fine. But please don't make me think that we had not at least considered this. And just as the same way we're taking and making an assessment of the businesses and the white collar businesses downtown, if this judicial center was moved somewhere else, guess what? You're going to create new businesses. You're going to create new jobs and opportunities. Now, I don't know about the law firms becoming bars, so where that comes from. But I just want us to, I just want to be, I don't know about the rest of you. I just want to be open and honest about this. This decision was basically made when it first came up. So that's where I am. I don't even have a dog in this fight, not technically. I really don't. This is not one I'm going to fall on the sword about. But if we're talking about growing other parts of this community instead of your special places, then we need to take some bold steps and jump out there and do something different. The word that Tim always uses is about being bold. We're gonna have to be bold on some of this stuff for other people in the community. But being downtown is not gonna hurt me. I'm not going in the judicial center unless I have a ticket I gotta try to get paid or something. So I'm good.
All right, gonna go around. Haven't heard from Russell yet. Go ahead and turn to you, Russell, and then I'll get others.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I support having the judicial center downtown. I think we look no further than what happened up in Jefferson when the Jackson County Commissioners moved the courthouse out of downtown and put it in the middle of a cow pasture. And everybody's been complaining about it ever since. You know, it used to have a nice historic courthouse centrally located in Jefferson. They made a big mistake moving it way out just where some cheap land was. And they've detrimentally affected the business community downtown there. And they've just created a big inconvenience for the entire county. And I think we've seen that actually happen in other places outside Jackson County where commissioners have looked at how, you know, it's complex to build downtown in the urban core. There's a lot of utilities to compete with. We're seeing it right now on Clayton Street. But again, it's the location. And having it be centrally located right next to public transit, I think, is the superior design in the long run. So thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Russell. Carol.
Well, I come to this with no history to it, and so I'm not commenting on the process. I do want us to be as transparent as possible in what we do and follow through. And still, though, in terms of forgetting about the process, but where my thinking is on this is that it makes sense for it to be downtown. I was concerned, and I think I've said it before recently, when the multimodal center moved way out of downtown, that it was removing regular, like, working people from our city. I think if we take out the courthouse from downtown, we are sort of acquiescing and giving it over to the university, more or less. We, you know, why don't we move City Hall over here too, somewhere else? But so I still, the idea of having the courthouse right there by the park, having it be a connection down to the river, the kind of efficiencies in terms of building, but also in energy uses and possibilities going forward. I think in that sense, it makes sense. I don't want a courthouse that everyone has to drive their cars to, or that most people will drive their cars to. This has more people who get to it in different ways. So, you know, as long as we can get all those Legos into the right places, I'm good for it being down there. I imagine, you know, again, having gone down there now, I just had my daughter with me who hasn't been here in several years, and she was just like, oh my goodness, this has changed so much in East Broad. And I'm fearful that that would just become even more of a student, like, you know, if we leave downtown, we are leaving it all to the students. And I like having a diverse downtown for many different reasons. So that's where I'm at on it right now.
Thanks, Carol. Let me turn to Patrick.
So, thank you, Mayor. So I wholeheartedly support the judicial staying downtown as well. When I spoke with lawyer, judges, and public defender's office last year, you know, people's opinions may have changed. Like, overwhelmingly, people supported staying downtown. It diversifies our downtown as well. I just think the economic impact of moving it from downtown, as some of my fellow commissioners alluded to, be a detriment to the vibe, the diversity of what downtown is currently. But some of the biggest concerns that I heard from judges and lawyers and law offices, it's a fact of security and space. So I'm not 100% adverse against doing the site selection, but just overwhelmingly, if you speak to lawyer judges, even to residents, they would like to stay or the judicial center stay downtown for its convenience. So just want to put that out there.
Thanks, Patrick. Jesse, is your hand up again? I wasn't sure if that was up from earlier. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm trying to stay on top of this, avoid having to wave my hands around a whole lot. So I guess like many who have spoken, I also favor a downtown location. A lot of the reasons that have been brought up, I think, are quite valid. But what's really prominent in my mind is the accessibility for the folks who need to go there, who are, to my chagrin, disproportionately low income, and the proximity to the multimodal center and to other services that are likely to be available at the municipal center once that moves into the old courthouse, to me are pretty high on the list of reasons for why keeping it downtown makes sense. I did have a couple logistical questions though. So one is, if we did go through with the site selection process still, how would that affect the Classic Center's timeline? I mean, this is sort of presented as we kind of need to make the decision now. I guess I'd just like to better understand if we do have time to do both. And if not, why not?
Well, remember, they're the two decision points. So in order for the Classic Center arena and its development, as Marcus suggested, to kind of track with the deck so that it's open at the same time and can accommodate the demand that the Classic Center seeks to drive, that decision will need to be made now. As far as the Judicial Center, that can be delayed, but if you choose to participate in the parking deck, then it might drive how we pay for our portion of the deck. So if no SPLOST funds are possible for being used to help build the deck, then that's probably going to put us more in a posture of borrowing, against, as Commissioner Myers was trying to divine, what the future revenues might end up being from, to help partially offset that. At the end of the day, with all this debt, y'all, the government has to back the debt. So if the revenues don't come to fruition, the Classic Center doesn't make its mark, then we have to come up with those funds, ostensibly from the general fund.
Okay. And then I guess, so related to that, and I know Commissioner Denson kind of alluded to this regarding the efficiencies, and that was built into your presentation. But if I remember correctly, the original SPLOST proposal for this was larger than the amount that was ultimately approved for the Judicial Center, Municipal Center, and all that. So I guess I'm just looking for maybe some clarity on how much we're talking about with these efficiencies. If we don't have those dollar figures, I think it'd be really helpful to have, in our agenda packet, and how much closer that would get us to that originally contemplated amount that was reduced by the ultimate SPLOST, the final number on SPLOST of 77 million. I think it was in the 90s. Is that correct?
Just over 90. But I don't know, Blaine or Marcus, if you've got any broad perspective on that.
Well, I do want to say that I don't think citing it here is going to close the gap entirely, especially if you add the escalation that we seem to be experiencing through the Classic Center pricing that's going on. It will help if we don't have to buy property, if we can partner on site development, stormwater, if we can partner on utilities and structured parking. You buy less property too if you do structured parking. But the initial space programming update that we did about a year ago indicated about 140,000 square foot building, with appropriate security and things of that nature. And I just, citing it here is not going to, I can't say that it's going to make it all okay. It's just going to make it less of a mountain to climb. And Marcus, you're the construction professional, not me, so
there is an advantage if a decision were made to locate the Judicial Center downtown. The sooner that decision is made, the better, because of the ability to then integrate the design of the Judicial Center with the parking deck. If that decision were made, 6 months from now, and the parking deck is proceeding, it's almost like you're designing the Judicial Center then to match a previously existing deck. So you're going to lose some advantages depending on how long it would take to make a decision on the judicial center. And there are lots of other economies that could be realized if those can be moved closer to a parallel timeline.
Well, thank you. That's helpful generally, and I guess it just might be helpful to get some more specific numbers when we're looking at this on our agenda. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Jesse. Mike.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I kind of just want to reiterate to everybody that we're not making a decision that's going to last for 2 to 4 years during our terms in office or whatever. We're making a decision that's going to last 100 years. And where this judicial center goes matters. One could argue that 100 years from now, downtown might be down North Avenue. Downtown might be down Lexington Road. If it's growing in those directions. I mean, it already is growing in those directions, especially with North Avenue and Lexington Road and Oak Street. So, let's keep that in perspective. We're not making the decision based on when this classic center or when this judicial center will be finished 2 years from now. This hopefully will last us the next hundreds of years, 100 years. We also got to take into mind the land planning. I mean, look at what else is going on around this specific area. And I say all this to say, I'm not arguing against this site or for this site. I just think that these questions need to be thought about as far as how crowded the area will be if a judicial center is located down here. From that standpoint, I will say also, to answer Blaine's initial question, I'm in agreement of doing whatever partnership we need to do for a parking deck down here. I still think Tim brought up a bunch of costs associated with not building it down here, but what is the cost, y'all, to the public and to our constituency if we're not following a process that we've kind of always followed for this? I mean, is there a cost associated with that? I mean, a cost associated with just taking it upon ourselves to decide things without the citizen input that we've seen with the mayor brought up the cooperative extension. That was a good process. We ended up not just putting it where they decided to go. The same with the tennis center. I mean, we ended up putting it in a site where we hoped it would generate some dollars for the east side. So I think when you think of terms of these big projects too, you think of terms of where we spend our public dollars that could help generate some private dollars around there, so that everybody is benefiting, not just a select few. So, just to answer your question, Blaine, I would Manager Williams, I'd certainly be willing to move forward with partnering with the Classic Center on a deck. But I would like for us to still abide by a public site selection committee process for the judicial center. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't speed that process up for that standpoint. I don't know why it needs to take 18 months to do that, but that's not the question for today. I will say this to answer some of Carol Myers' questions. We have a debt service that we're currently operating under with the Washington Street deck. And one of the benefits of the Washington Street deck that I hope this deck will incorporate, that could also be inclusive of paying off the debt service, are some of the upper tier office space and some of the lower tier office space. That's been very helpful for the Washington Street deck. We own all the middle part of the deck where the parking is, and we pay there's 540 spaces in there. Our debt service on that is roughly about $500,000 a year. That should be paid off in 2 or 3 years. That's been a 15-year bond, and it should be paid off in 2 or 3 years. We used approximately $6 million in SPLOST dollars to help pay for that. So at the end of the day, these decks, you pay some money to pay off the debt service, but at the end of the day, it's an investment because you are going to be making money at the end of that debt service. So at any rate, I don't know. Those are my 2 cents worth. But I think we ought to be thinking 100 years down the line because we're making a decision based on 100 years down the line. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Anyone else for a wrap? All right, I appreciate everyone's input. Obviously, we've come back to this question about citing the Judicial Center a couple of times because I think, as with many of these projects, our understanding evolves. The more we think about adjacencies, the more we think about what kind of shared resources might be possible when you have two significant facilities in relatively close proximity. And then on a functional basis, I guess I'll make a couple of notes. One is that in the 4 years when I was student services director for Foothills Charter High School, prior to being in this role, I visited judicial centers regularly, really from I-85 down to Milledgeville, because part of the set of professionals I had to interact with were around juvenile courts. And I did find that those facilities that were in a downtown simply became a good part of the fabric. Generally speaking, what happened if they were not in downtown, and I think Russell mentioned the Jackson County model, I'd also mentioned the Gwinnett County model, is that they tended not really to be business generators. They didn't have a lot of restaurant or retail activity around them. They tended to be somewhat isolated and standing alone as a function. And of course, the other piece is that as we seek to generate life in some other areas, if we take dollars off the tax rolls, that of course diminishes future revenue that we could use to pour back into those areas, as with the tax allocation district model that we've sought to do by getting some private sector investment that generates new dollars that we can spend in those areas. So all that to say, while there are challenges with any path, I think the healthiest path in the long run, decades out for the community, will be to have the Judicial Center on a site like this, adjacent to the rest of the downtown amenities, and certainly to the transit operation that happens across the street. So, Annie, I appreciate everybody thinking through this together. And I think I'm ready to go ahead and turn it back over to Blaine, who's going to take us on to our second item. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. The second item of 5 that we have this evening is a discussion about the disparity study, and I won't try and summarize that because you're going to hear about that here very quickly. But this has been discussed for some time. This is something the Commission has directed through some of the work in the Legislative Review Committee and subsequently by this last budget approval to approve funds set aside for disparity study. And our Finance Department has been heading that up. And so David Boyd, Finance Director, I think is going to kick us off.
Thank you, Blaine. I'm going to share this document. Yeah, the purpose of this disparity or this presentation is to initiate the Mayor and Commission fiscal year 22 approved disparity study. Can everybody see this presentation?
Yes.
Okay. One of the important points we heard over and over during discussions of a disparity study is that any changes to our procurement practices that attempt to address possible past procurement disparities must be preceded by a qualified and legally defensible disparity study. One of the things we've learned during this research process is that disparity studies take up to 12 months to complete. Therefore, it is imperative, based on the directive we've been given, to begin the process as quickly as is feasible. You may remember that the Mayor and Commission adopted the fiscal year 22 budget at the end of June, and that included this disparity study. Soon after, we began holding internal meetings that included both finance and the manager's office. Finance researched firms that provided disparity studies for local governments. One of the things that stood out about MGT Consulting was that it had decades of disparity study experience, but just as important as the experience, it was underpinned by legal standards that support their conclusions and their recommendations. And MGT Consulting will discuss this more in just a minute. Further research discovered that MGT Consulting received a statewide contract in 2017 and has been renewed each subsequent year. And this contract was awarded along with 9 other recipients. Now, the state selection process was a 45-day period that began with pre-qualifications followed by an RFP. Categories in the pre-qualification process included operations, strategic planning, human resources, and procurement. And as noted above, 9 statewide contracts were awarded over the various categories. Now, once we became interested in MGT and we found out they had a statewide contract, we began talking with MGT. We held several meetings that included both finance and the manager's office, including the inclusion office and the geospatial information office. And after having those discussions, we received references from MGT Consulting. And after our due diligence, we found that they received excellent disparity study recommendations. And these recommendations were received from governments that were much larger than ACC Gov, such as Dallas, Texas. And so because of their disparity study qualifications and because time is of the essence to determine if disparity in procurement has occurred, MGT Consulting is presenting their qualifications and experience to Mayor and Commission at this work session. The two MGT Consulting representatives here are Vernetta Mitchell, who is a project director, and Andres Bernal, JD. He is their methodological lead and legal researcher. So I will stop sharing and turn this over to Vernetta.
Good evening, and thank you so much, David, for the background and the introduction. We are excited to be here today and very thankful to have this opportunity to speak with you. Okay, I'm gonna get my screens and everything put together here. So we have a brief presentation, that will basically walk you through what a disparity study is and is not. More importantly, what the disparity study will give to you. How will you benefit from this study, and what you can do with the study when it's complete. So we're going to talk a little bit about MGT's experience. We're going to talk a little bit about our staff and the diversity of our staff, the commitment that we bring, and we'll talk about the methodology as well as the difference that we bring, and then open the floor for questions and answers. So as I was listening to your conversation earlier about the Judicial Center, that you were thinking about where to build it and all of those great things, I have a construction background, have worked in that industry for a very long time, so it was a very interesting conversation. I started thinking to myself, this is the ideal type of project in which a legally defensible disparity study will help you identify where do we potentially have gaps and how do we impact the economic vitality of the members of your community. And I heard everyone talking about, how will it, what's the economic impact of this center being built in certain places. And so a disparity study will assist you in helping understand how do we build on that. So a disparity study looks at the procurement activities of a public entity in regards to how many dollars are being spent with minority and women-owned firms versus non-MWBE firms over a certain time period. When we look at that, then we determine whether or not there is over or underutilization of availability of firms in the marketplace to what you're actually spending with those firms in the marketplace. And more importantly, once all of that is done, what recommendations can we make to you that you can implement to increase utilization where there may be disparity identified? And I emphasize may, because the disparity study, we do not go in saying, oh yes, there's disparity. Many of the community said, oh yeah, we know there is, We need to find out. It's all about the data. But most importantly, I want to make sure that the expectations of what you're expecting out of a study is that disparity studies are not a cure-all. It takes work. It takes time to build your program, and takes time to make sure that you are engaging the community that you serve, as well as it's illegal to set aside. We're going to go ahead and put that out there. Cannot do it. But there are ways that you can have targeted markets to some of your smaller vendors in the community, and we can talk about that later. But wanted to just talk about what a disparity study is and is not. So for you, and as part of this disparity study, there are several things, but three main points that we want to point out and talk about. First is utilization. How much are you spending with firms in your marketplace? Unlike some of the other companies in the industry, and there are very few that do this type of work, we look at all of your spend. So if you have informal or small purchases of $10,000, $15,000, it's important to look at that spend as well, because sometimes, and in many cases, your smaller firms are the most successful ones to win those contracts. So we want to make sure that we're looking at utilization for all of your spend. The availability methodology that MGT uses is the most comprehensive and robust in the marketplace. And it's a key element to determining disparity, because it will identify who is in the marketplace that is interested in doing business with ACC Gov, as well as who provides the types of services that you procure. And that's really important because, as you know, you don't purchase every single thing under the sun. So we have to really be specific on the types of goods and services that you do procure, who is in the marketplace that can provide that. That availability pool that we identified during the study will be able to tell you or actually assist you with goal setting for your specific project. It will assist you with outreach when you have contract opportunities that come up and you want to reach out to firms in the marketplace. So it's really, really key that the availability is extremely accurate. The anecdotal, the quantitative side of your utilization, your availability are key. Equally important is your qualitative data collection from your business owners. What are the experiences of businesses in your marketplace? And we'll talk more about that in a few minutes, but that's equally important that we hear from businesses in the market on their experiences doing business or attempting to do business, not only with ACC Gov, but also in the private sector marketplace. And we have been conducting these studies across the country. I have been with MGT for 13 years, I think. Yeah, probably coming up on 14. And Andres Bernal, who is with us, has been with the company for almost 20, off and on. He thought he wanted to leave, but he came back. So he's a great company to work for. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about our practice areas. We do a lot of different tasks and have several portfolios in education, cybersecurity, et cetera. But more importantly, in the disparity practice or the organizational solutions group, our team, we not only look at availability and disparity, which we're talking about tonight, but we also do program evaluation. We also conduct goal setting activities to help agencies determine what is the appropriate levels of aspirational goals they should be setting, litigation support, as well as DEI studies and racial equity studies. We've been in business for over 47 years, over 13,000 client engagements in all of our various portfolios in services, and we power the work of public professionals to advance the lives of citizens that they serve. So that is extremely important to us. That's our motto, that's our philosophy, that's why we do what we do. I want to talk about a couple of projects just as examples of some some of the most recent projects that we've worked on. The City of Tallahassee, Leon County, it is a city and county joint disparity study that we're working on. This is our third disparity study that we have done. What you will find is once you have established that legal framework for having a race and gender-based program, if that is what the recommendation turns out to be, you will need to have an update study every 5 to 7 years, because the courts have determined that you need to have the most current and the most relevant data when you're analyzing the impact, the disparate impact of firms in your marketplace. So this is our third study that we have conducted for the City of Tallahassee in Leon County. We've also conducted a disparity study for the City of Winston-Salem in North Carolina. This was their first study, like you would be doing your first study. And so this study took 12 months, and it was a lot of attention to detail because it was their first time. So we took a lot of time to explain the methodology, explain the concepts, explain the process, and really got buy-in from their management on exactly what we were doing, why we were conducting certain analysis, because at the end of the day, we're going to turn the study over to the agency, and they're going to be able to now go and be able to explain it to the community or explain it to other officials that come in and have questions. We'll be here to support you if you have questions, so we're not going anywhere. But we do like to make you self-sufficient and become disparity study novices, if you will. City of Dayton, that is in Ohio. That is another client of ours where we have conducted 3 disparity studies for them, as well as program implementation. So once we completed their second generation disparity study, they also contracted with us to come in and assist them with implementing those recommendations, revising ordinances, revising their policy, updating their goal setting process, etc. The City of Dallas, which David talked about, was one of the referrals, one of the recent studies that we completed as well. And that one, we finished that study probably just a little bit under 12 months, but there were some, they had a lot of good data that was ready to go. So our team has a host of experts, analysts, statisticians, etc. And if I see Andreas, I was going to have him introduce himself. Andreas, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, there you go. So you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you so much, Bernetta. You and Mr. Boyd have done such a wonderful job of describing this. I've kind of just been able to sit back and really hear this. But no, I'm really excited to be part of the study and hopefully, get off the ground really, really quickly. But like they mentioned, my name is Andreas Bernal. I am the legal researcher and methodology expert for our disparity studies. Like Bernetta mentioned, I've been with MGT in one shape or format. I've done subcontracting work, or I've been full-time since around 2003. And it's been kind of my life, since those days. Really excited, like I mentioned, to be part of this. Wanted to just kind of reiterate one of the points that Bernetta said earlier. Our whole purpose and what really excites us is being able to not only give you a legally defensible study, but the other guarantee that we always make is that it's going to be actionable for you. And one of the things I really wanted to hone in on that Bernetta started talking a little bit about, but when we provide you the results, utilization, availability, disparity study, you are going to get those results at the most granular level. We typically do our studies at a 6-digit NAICS code level, the commodity code, and that really allows you to understand exactly what you buy, what is available in those commodity codes, and really gives you flexibility to build your program around that. We know, for example, in construction, if you never use, just an absurd example, if you never use drywall, you don't want that to be part of your availability. And you would not want to set goals around any type of contracts that you don't ever actually procure. So that is what we bring to the table, and we're really excited about, and especially for Athens-Clarke, is being able to give you that granularity that will really be able to give you the flexibility you need to structure the program in what you feel is most impactful for your community. Thank you, Bernetta.
Thank you, Andreas. And Dr. Fred Seaman has been with MGT for about 36 years or so. So he is an executive in charge. Dr. Seaman is extremely instrumental in the policy interviews, some of the recommendations, the methodology as well. He has conducted, he was on the team, the project manager for the very first disparity study that we conducted in 1990, which was immediately after the Croson versus Richmond Supreme Court case decision in 1989. So we always are tapping onto him. Here are some of our other team members: Laura, Justin, Lamont, David, and Will. These are just some of the core team members that we have in Disparity, but we have other staff members and resources available to us. And that makes it a lot easier to make sure we meet the schedule. We have a collaboration of thought of the best way to approach a certain situation or barrier. So it's really important for us to have input from our team who's experiencing the data that they're having to work with or the research that they're having to do to make sure that we have a very robust and comprehensive product for you. One of the other things that we are committed to doing is committed to spend and identify a local MWBE firm and contract at least 20% of the contract value with that firm. And so we're looking for a local firm who has knowledge about the business community, about the business culture, who has great communication skills, and research skills, who can assist us with interviews of the business community, interviews with stakeholders, which are your trade association and business organizations, helping us with the outreach meetings and the outreach plan. So we will be searching for and identifying a firm who can assist us, or firms. There could be 2 or 3 that help us, but we will identify firms that will help us do that as we move forward. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the methodology. As David mentioned, this is a 12-month timeline, and the timeline is purely driven by the data. And it's also driven by the collaboration that we have between us and the project executive from your side. This is a collaborative effort, so there will be many individuals from ACCA Gov who will be able to provide insight and feedback, et cetera, to various tasks. So we'll start with the project initiation, understanding who's our point of contact, who manages the data, who can get us access to the data. And the type of data that we will be looking for is your spend data, contract data, who were those firms that you awarded contracts or purchase orders to, how much did you spend, where are they located, what's the classification, so it's very granular data. We'll also do a review of your purchasing policies and procedures. And I know that your community business procurement program is fairly new, and you've hired someone as a coordinator for that position. So we'll also be working with them to make sure that they understand the nuances of a disparity study and some of the collaboration that will be needed for that. The data assessment, I can't talk enough about it. It is the foundation of your study. It is the foundation of knowing who's in your marketplace and what your spend is and what disparity may be identified through it. The availability analysis and utilization analysis we spoke about earlier, so I won't rehash those, but your relevant geographic and product market area, your relevant geographic area is realistically, where are the firms located where you spend the majority of your dollars? That would be your market area in which you would focus your program in terms of outreach and participation and contract opportunities when you're setting goals or you're having targeted packages or targeted solicitations for businesses in your community. The product market tells you what you buy and how much you spend on those items, on those 6-digit NAICS codes to that granularity that Andrea spoke about. The private market or the economy-wide market and non-goal analysis, what is happening in the public sector? When you turn your back and you're not looking, is the private sector also have inclusion and or contracting with MWSBE firms or MBE firms in the marketplace? And so we also look at that. We use census data, we use the American Community Survey data to identify those businesses in the market. The anecdotal, we'll talk about, I'm gonna have another slide for that one. And then recommendations, actionable, realistic recommendations that you can implement to help build and move your program forward. And then we'll also assist with goal setting. For the community engagement and communication strategy, we're proposing to conduct 2 community meetings in wake of the pandemic, and depending on when this project may start. They will either be virtual, they could be a hybrid, they could be in person. It really just depends. So all options are on the table until you determine otherwise how we're going to proceed with that. 50 in-depth interviews with local business owners, 10 stakeholder interviews, and the stakeholders we define as your trade association groups and your business organizations that provide technical and professional services, like your Associated General Contractors or your Minority Contractors organizations, your Asian chambers, the chambers of commerce, et cetera. Those are the trade groups that we're talking about and the stakeholders. And then lastly, with the anecdotal, we will host, create, and manage a disparity study website that is specific for the study. It will provide an overview of the task, overview of the timeline, how the businesses can be engaged and involved in the study. And then it'll also have a place on the website where if they can't make the community engagement or they didn't do the interview, they can go to the website and provide their feedback and their comments through the website, and we can still receive that information. And so this slide, we wanted to just really talk a little bit about why MGT is a little bit different from others. For one, we guarantee an accurate, valid, reliable, and legally defensible study. That those 4 attributes are what we live on, what we have been able to be successful on, and we continue to carry through on those. Our methodology has the most robust data analysis by looking at all of your spend throughout the terms of the study period that we're going to look at. Also, the heightened citizen and client expectations. We're always looking to make sure that we develop and maintain great relationships with our clients and the community that we're there, in a sense, serving, because we're helping them to be engaged in that process, and hopefully it will help them build their businesses. We have nationwide experience in conducting studies, have conducted some of the largest studies in the country, being the city of New York, which was $87 billion of data and spend that we've analyzed, as well as state of Texas of 222 agencies that we conducted a study for. So we have nationwide experience from some of the largest to some of the most intimate organizations that we've worked with. And so, like I said, our guarantee to provide our clients with an accurate, valid, reliable, and legally defensible study. And then I will stop talking and take any questions that anyone may have.
Thanks, Vernetta. Any questions for Vernetta? I can't see everybody, but I see Carol.
Okay. Can I go with my question?
Please.
Again, we'll go with it here. Yeah. I have a question here. And I may have gotten lost in some of this, but it seems to me that what you're doing is an analysis of who we are giving contracts to and how much, and so that we can really see what we're doing with our county money on a granular level. But you also said earlier that this is not just helping me understand this, that someone said you can't do set asides. That's illegal. Okay. And then you were saying that this is a legally defensible study. So from my understanding, what can we do after having done this that we couldn't do without it? That would be legally defensible. Does that make sense?
I think let me paraphrase that. Oh, Andreas, were you about to say something?
Oh, I'll let you paraphrase and then I can jump in as well, Vernetta.
Okay, fantastic. Without the disparity study, what can you do to make a difference in your business community? Mm-hmm. Did I paraphrase that correctly?
Not quite.
Not really?
It's
Okay.
like what can we do with the disparity? If we have a disparity, what can we do legally that we couldn't have done without it?
Got you. Okay, now I understand. So first of all, in order for you to be able to establish any type of race and gender conscious goals, so let's go to your judicial center, and you hire your construction manager or your contractor to build that. And with the disparity study, you will know if there is disparity in construction with minority and women-owned firms. You will have the availability of those firms in construction for those various scopes of work in construction, and you'll be able to establish a project-specific goal. With that goal, any of the contractors or bidders who are bidding on that project will then either meet the goals or they have to demonstrate good faith effort, right? Without the study, it's really kind of, we would like to see how much you can get without giving them a definitive answer saying, we know there's availability in the marketplace, hypothetically, goals 17% for the judicial center after your study, after you determine whether or not there's disparity. You could not have, you legally should not be doing that on any of your projects now without the study.
So and that's the difference. You're making a distinction between goal and set aside.
That's correct.
A goal is something you work towards. You may not achieve it, but you could require that in a contract that they are showing that they are trying their best to meet this goal, and they have to prove that.
Absolutely.
But that's different than saying 20% of your subcontractors have to be minority and women. That's a set
right.
aside.
And a set aside is more strict to say, if you say that the project requires a 17% MWBE participation, or if you don't meet that, your contract is rejected.
And with the disparity study, we can make those goals very explicit, where if we didn't have the disparity study, we wouldn't be able to make those goals explicit?
No, with the disparity study, you cannot establish set asides. With the disparity study, you can now have a race and gender based program to do two things. One, establish goals based on availability for whatever scopes of work you're looking for. If they don't meet the goal, they must demonstrate good faith, right? And there's a process behind that we can help with. The second piece to that is if they don't meet the goal, they don't demonstrate good faith, and they just kind of blow it off, that could give you grounds to reject the bid. But everything has gone through the process effectively. Without the disparity study, you don't have the justification to reject the bid because you have not determined that disparity exists.
And is that for only like companies that have a certain number of employees, or contracts that are like, it's only good for contracts that are over $1 million, or?
No, not really, but there are some thresholds to consider. I kind of stick with construction because it is naturally one of the industries that you always have subcontracting opportunities, just by virtue of the industry. So you could have a contract that is $1 million. Let's say 500,000. You can have a contract that's $500,000, and it doesn't have any subcontracting opportunities. It could be for an HVAC replacement. Mm-hmm. And so, you have materials, you have the HVAC contractor, and the $400,000 of that is the cost of the material and the equipment. There wouldn't be a need for goals there, right? So your determination of where you apply goals really needs to be determined based on the scope of work. Professional services in MGT and disparity study. So this one, even though there's no goal assigned to it, we're going to provide that participation. Got to practice what you preach, right? And so, but in your future professional services contracts or solicitations, you'll want to look at what is being required, and is there an opportunity for other sub-consultants to come in and work under a larger firm? Or is there an opportunity for us to make sure that some of our MWBE firms who provide this consulting service is at the table providing a response as well?
Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Got Allison, Jesse, and Avita.
Hold on. Am I there? Hey,
yep.
There. Thank you. I really appreciate this detailed information coming forward. I am especially appreciative of the fact that you guys are going to be letting us know available vendors and companies and people that we haven't utilized, versus what we see a lot is this is who we use. This is who got the bid, who didn't get the bid. And I want to see who didn't even get on the list. And it sounds like that's where you guys are going to fill us in. And I don't think we can improve this fast enough. And I look forward to your all's work in our community and us learning from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is great. I'm excited about this. I have to admit that when pushing for this to be in our budget, it felt like an expensive and unnecessary step that we kind of had to take in order to check some boxes to do some things legally. And this presentation has me feeling differently and better about it really having a lot of value as we iteratively go through it, and hopefully even more afterward. I guess a few questions I'll try to go through quickly. The first is, are we able to look at things other than race and gender? For example, age, LGBTQ folks, disability, things like that?
That is actually, Andreas, that is actually a very good question. And you're not the first ones to ask us about that. As you know, LGBTQ and disabled individuals and veteran-owned firms, they are a protected class under the Supreme Court. It's all about the data. If that is something that we want to look at, there are no guarantees that the data is available. We can ask some of those questions in our availability. We can provide it as and the best that we could probably give you at the right now, because the data just has not advanced as much as we would like based on the need, and we're all working on it right now. But we can provide you kind of appendices to give you information about that, and we can do the best that we can. And that's one of the reasons why we tried to hire local subcontractors, is because they know more about the community and they might be able to help us understand ways of getting that data for your community. So the short answer is, if that is a need, we can put it into the study. It probably would fall into an appendices of it, and we will do our best to get that information for you.
Awesome, thanks. And you mentioned three. You mentioned two, and the veterans. Would age also be? And then is that a federally protected class that would apply here as well, or no?
No, age isn't something that we would really look at, but the veteran status, disability, and LGBTQ are some of the ones that are really forefront in a lot of conversations right now.
Okay. yeah, I guess I'm just thinking about how people are living longer and longer, and it's getting harder and harder for seniors to afford to live, and harder for them to find work a lot of the time. And it's instructive to know that this may not be a way to address that problem, although it sounds like those appendices for the others will be very helpful. The next question I had was you mentioned the need, if this disparity study does lead to us setting up some processes, that we'd have to update every 5 to 7 years. And just thinking ahead in terms of the cost to keep this going, would the cost of that update study be about the same as the original study, or would we expect some savings because updating takes less work than the initial study?
Okay.
What I was going to say is to really kind of go back to that point. An update, of course, if the data is available, it isn't going to be as expensive. But the reason we say 5 years is just because courts like to say, you have to rely on data that's not stale, and that kind of gives you the 5-year mark. What I would say about that, just to kind of couch on it a little bit, is that you aren't legally required to do a 5-year, every 5 years, 6 years, or whatnot. But the requirement's more around if you decide to make a change to your program, that's when you really want to try to make it based on the most relevant data. So if you never make a change to your program, you can get away, legally with not really doing a disparity study as frequently. But if your plan is to, now that, this is your first one, you create a program, you realize that certain things aren't working for it, and you decide to make changes, that is when you want to use the most recent data available.
Awesome, thanks. May I ask one more, Mayor?
Go ahead.
You talked in the presentation about measuring disparity as it's tied to what's available in the market, and then later talked about interviewing with businesses to get some of that qualitative data around their experience that might not necessarily be with us, but is in the community. And I guess I'm curious if what comes back, this is in the hypothetical, that there's not much of a disparity in the way we've approached things in the government, but there is a clear disparity in the community. Are we then enabled to put in place policies that address that community-wide disparity kind of on behalf of the community to correct the imbalance in the community, even though that imbalance hasn't existed? I guess that would almost seem like going above and beyond, if you will, or something. I think you kind of get where I'm going with this, but.
Yes, absolutely. And so we're looking at the economy-wide or the private market and what's happening in the private market. The courts have said that government should not be a passive participant in discrimination, right? And so if you have huge disparities in your private industry, but you have a program in place that is working to try to alleviate those disparities, then you are not being a passive participant by just saying, well, we're not going to do anything and we're just going to let them continue to do what they're doing. So in a sense, by having a program that's looking to build businesses in the marketplace, the businesses really do have an opportunity to not only work with you, but also work with other agencies within your community, both private and public.
Awesome. So if I were to try to summarize that in my own dumb terms, does that essentially mean that yes, even if there isn't a disparity within what we've done, if there is a disparity within the community, then we are empowered to do something that we wouldn't have been otherwise? Awesome.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thanks for that. Ovita, then Alyssa.
Oh, sorry, this is Andres. Let me just add one thing to that comment, is that there would be recommendations. We wouldn't necessarily say that you may need a goal that is specific to a minority or women-owned business enterprise, but we may start recommending, and we always start at the most, what's the word I would like to use? At the most, I forget the word, but what we want to use is a kind of like a small business enterprise, a kind of recommendations that don't require us to really look at the ethnicity. So if we don't find a disparity, we may start looking, to recommend sort of
Race and gender neutral.
Thank you. Thank you, Burnett. I had that intent. What you'll hear the term race and gender neutral programs based on some of the private market analysis that we do.
That's right.
Thanks, Andres. Ovita. You're muted, Ovita.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor, and I do appreciate the presentation. My questions are, and you may have explained this, and maybe I just didn't catch it. Community meetings. 2 seems very limited, so I'm kind of wondering what would those meetings look like?
So, and you broke up just a little bit. So are you asking, or are you stating that 2 community meetings are not enough? And what would we be doing at those meetings?
Yes, I get, yeah, it just seems like a small number for the issues that we may be facing.
All right, so great, thank you for that. So the community engagement meetings are open to the community. During the project initiation, from the very onset of the project, we will develop and get approval of a community engagement and communication plan. That plan will put into place methods that we will use to communicate broadly with the community about the study. We will use whatever's approved by ACC Gov. We will either use TV, if you have a public television, radio, if that's accessible, definitely email blast, utilizing those organizations within the community to share information, etc. So once we get all of that information out to the community, we'll establish 2 dates, and the community is open to come in and hear about the study. So the purpose of that is for the community to tell us what's happening in the business environment with doing business or attempting to do business with Athens-Clarke County. So usually, and sometimes just depending, I don't quite know your business community yet, which is why we have to find someone in the community to work with us. We will either have a huge turnout and we will have a lot of input from businesses, and that is the time where they tell us. We do very little talking. Or we'll have kind of a turnout because people aren't quite sure they want us to talk in public. And 9 times out of 10, for as long as we've been doing this, when few people show up in public, they blow my phone up. Because they don't want to talk in public, because they don't know who's there, they don't know who's listening. But then they'll turn around that next day and my phone just starts ringing. So 2 community meetings is what we're proposing. However, should we find that we need to do an additional community meeting and we can do it virtually, virtually there's no cost because there's no travel for us or et cetera, we can discuss doing an additional meeting or 2. But
my next question.
The success of those meetings will be that community engagement plan.
Okay. So my next question, I guess, would be directed to County Manager Williams. Just based on this response, just right off the top of your head, and you don't have to say name them. I'm just asking you, since she says that she'll be looking to us to give the input. Do you have right now a knowledge of who we would ask to, kind of be part of these community meetings? And I guess I'm really thinking about the communities of color, primarily. If this is going to be our role for our to give her these kind of contacts. Do we have that, Manager Blaine?
No, I have not. Don't have a list already developed. I think we'd be looking to the consultant to give us an indication of the folks that they would like to access to your networks to get the word out. and try and get more people to come and understand. But I've not talked to Vernetta about this, but that's my take on it.
You're absolutely correct. If you do not have a list, a part of that outreach plan is identifying those community groups, trade association, business organization, influencers within the community, and assisting and having them assist us get that word out.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may add something to what Vernetta said, and to the question that I heard from Alvita, you're absolutely right. When it comes to community engagement meetings, 2 may not be enough, like Vernetta mentioned. The whole purpose of our anecdotal data collection is to really try to understand the whys behind any disparities that we're getting, really trying to understand the barriers that individual vendors are having to doing business with Athens-Clarke or with any of their primes. And we even ask for recommendations. So with our anecdotal approach, we use a mixed mode attempt. So when we do our community engagement meetings, that's kind of our first attempt to not only give the public an opportunity to learn about the disparity study, but also give them a public forum to start raising some of the concerns that they have. But with that in mind, we're also going to do about 50 in-depth interviews. We're going to do stakeholder engagement meetings. And then also we're going to do a vendor survey where we try to elicit nearly about 1,000 completed surveys of your vendor communities to really understand what is going on with kind of the results that we are seeing, because courts are very specific nowadays. And there was actually a recent court study out of the Sixth Circuit in Ohio, and this was around public COVID funding for the private community, for vendors and things like that. But they really want to know, courts have started really hitting on this. They don't want to just know that, yes, these individuals are saying that there is a problem. They really want to know, and for us to hone in on what those concerns are. And that's what these different types of anecdotal activities are going to give us, is that those opportunities to not just check a box and say, vendor X said that they didn't get a contract because somebody discriminated against them. They really want to know what that discrimination was about, basically the stories behind that. And all the various different activities we do will give us that opportunity to get that information for the study. Thank you.
Melissa.
Yeah, so I'm on the Government Operations Committee that explored the question of minority procurement and came to the conclusion that we needed this study. So I have a pretty good understanding of that. My question is, it sounds like staff did research on firms that could do that study, and there wasn't a regular RFP process. Am I clear about that?
Yes, I can speak to that. So this MGT is on state contract, which the procurement. So great question, Commissioner Link. I'm glad you brought it up because I was going to speak to it. Because what we're talking about here is procurement. So you want to be able to go through, a defensible process. As Vernetta alluded to, it does take some time. I know that as recently as the North Downtown Athens transformation, or the contract we had, y'all wanted language inserted in there. The GOC has spoken about this before. I do want to commend our finance staff. Commissioner Link, I was a little concerned that we were just going to one firm, but we had a state contract. There's been some due diligence on behalf of staff. We're all really satisfied with the experience these folks bring and their methodology and approach. We think it's pretty robust. Hence, coming to you tonight and just saying, here is an appropriately procured consultant who has extensive experience, who seems to be able to lead us down this path if you want to go that route.
So we're able to bypass the RFP process because we're looking at a firm that already is contracted by the state.
And we've got our finance, our purchasing folks here, but I want to correct the term bypass. It's another alternative for procurement. It's something that we've done before, most recently, I think, with buying some solid waste equipment off state contract. We do that oftentimes. It's a way to move the process forward because there has been a legal procurement process followed, in this case by the state. And Jessica Berry, our purchasing administrator, is on there. Would you add anything to that, Jessica?
Yes, I just want to say that the state did perform their own RFP process. It was a two-phase process. Basically, they did phase one as a request for qualified contractors. So this basically was the phase of where they received submittals from firms and basically vetted them to make sure they were responsive vendors, qualified them, and allowed them to then send in their RFP submittal, which would give a little bit more detail about how their technical processes are utilized. So in all, there was an RFP process done. It was an in-depth RFP process that took over 45 days. It was posted for more than 45 days, or 45, right at 45 days. And so MGT is one of the companies on there that they were vetted to be qualified to do disparity study.
So what arm of the state government did that RFP? Was it the DCA?
That would be the Department of Administrative Services.
Okay.
State purchasing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Melissa. Any other questions for the team? Go ahead, Jesse.
One more, if I may. It's similar to the last one I asked, but so when you talk about the disparity, like examining what's available in the market, and then I guess I'm curious, let's say we're looking for, I'm just making this up, we're looking for vendors who do paving, and we find that pretty much all the vendors who do paving are white-owned businesses with predominantly white employees. Is there a way that we can try to address that, where there may not be minority-owned businesses or businesses employing very many minority folks, but we obviously want them to, and so can we incentivize it that way, even though it doesn't exist in the market, to try to drive the market in a direction?
So, I mean, that is an excellent question, and I love your foresight and kind of looking ahead. One of the bonuses, an additional bonus of working with MGT, is our numbers of years of experience and over 225 studies, policies, recommendations for clients that we have made, 225 clients over the years. And so we built a library, if you will, of selected practices of things that we've seen work in other jurisdictions. And when we work with a new client and we get to know the policies, the practices, we hear from the business community, we begin to kind of start saying, oh, this would work really great with them here. Oh, let's do this here. And so to your point, there are several concepts. I mean, there's no need of reinventing the wheel, but there's several practices in the nation in which it gets into business development. And it really takes a partnership with local workforce or local SBAs or local SCORE offices, et cetera, to really try to build those businesses in the marketplace. So if someone has an interest, what do we need to do? And it won't be ACCA Gov directly doing this, but really kind of watching and monitoring and making sure that they're directed to the resources that they need. So once you identify that there are no MWBE firms in paving in your example, are there individuals in the market who want to start that business but really just don't know how? Then that's a partnership with some of your local resources to help them get that business started, and then help them understand how to do business with you so they can build the foundation and the structure of their business to meet that need. And so we have seen a lot of our clients have that sort of technical assistance or business development arm as part of their program. And really it is to be able to identify needs, identify the potential of someone starting that company or maybe someone changing their scope of work, and then providing those resources, because we all know that public sector does not have unlimited resources to do all of that. So there has to be some MOUs and some partnerships with members in organizations within your community to help build that economy in a broader sense. That helps.
Vernetta, in that kind of example, have you seen an outcome be partnership between a local government and public school system or post-secondary provider to ensure that you are truly building ability within the local population for this untapped opportunity?
Absolutely, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we are huge proponents of partnerships with other government entities. So, you know, one of the things that I personally do not like to see is to have a certification program by one entity, and 2 miles down the road, the next, you know, government entity has a certification, and then 5 miles down the street, there's another government entity that has a certification, and it's all the same marketplace. So that collaboration with other entities is vitally important to the success of business, because you're all tapping into the same business pool. And so the more that you can collaborate on processes and being able to develop those businesses, it benefits everyone in that community, in that process. So yes, collaboration is going to be really important.
Thanks for that.
Mayor, can I ask a question on that?
Please do.
With the school district. So I remember having some discussions earlier before we in the school district passed our budgets that they were looking at doing a disparity as well. Do you know, or Manager Williams, do you know if CCSD is also funding their own disparity study? And if so, is there a way that we can try to get more collaborative with them sooner than later as we're moving through this?
Sure. Their staff reached out to us yesterday to say that they had started an RFP process and had gotten some respondents, and they were interested in talking about it, but they were sort of anchored on a date for in the next few weeks to make a decision. And I've traded calls with their staff today. I believe our finance director had spoken with them. And David, I think you had some I don't know if you care to share anything that you wanted to add there.
Well, yeah, the CFO of the school board reached out yesterday, and we talked, and they've been in the process for quite a while, but they really haven't solidified anything. And they initially found out about tonight in this presentation, and we talked about it. Because really what they're kind of looking at is maybe, you know, if we consolidated efforts and stuff, would there be some cost savings for them? What I told them, you know, because we gotta focus on our stuff here. What I told the CFO there was that we would move ahead if y'all chose MGT or whoever you choose. We would move ahead and we would go down the path of collecting data and doing all that stuff because we're in the same marketplace. Then if they wanted to negotiate something with the same vendor that we do, and then sort of piggyback off of that data that we've already collected, that would be perfectly okay in my mind that they do that. And they could possibly save some money and some time if they did that. So we've discussed that possibility.
Well, I guess the parting thought I'd like to throw out there for anyone watching and for those on the call who organize our joint retreats is that this seems like a really great topic for our next joint retreat, because we'll be about, I'm guessing, a third to halfway through our process by then, and might start getting a glimpse of what sorts of policies we might be looking to put in place. And even if there is minimal efficiencies to be gained in the studying itself, you know, when it comes to what kind of policies we're putting in place, and a lot of what the experts on this call, Ms. Mitchell especially, have been saying, you know, as a way forward, I think developing that with them sooner than later would be beneficial to us all.
I'm
We'll
definitely
be
glad we're
willing to
engaged.
talk with anyone at the school board if you deem appropriate. But like David said, we want to make sure that we take care of you first, and we can, if the school's interested, we're definitely open to speaking with them about what that looks like moving forward.
Any questions before we move on tonight? All right. Thank you all so much from the MGT
Thank
team.
you.
Thanks, David.
Have a great evening.
Appreciate it very much. Blaine, I'll turn it back over to you to introduce the next item. Blaine, you're muted.
Yes, sorry. I set my agenda to the side, Mayor. I can't find it.
Next is the Rainbow Forest Access Point.
Yes, thank you. So the Rainbow Forest, as y'all know, was recently dedicated. Great work of art. The site that was selected is slightly above the grade. It was intentionally put up on the knoll, and immediately upon the end of the dedication, people wanted to go and be around it. And so staff has been looking at something that wasn't contemplated before, and access to it, not just to it, but in and around it. So we've got Kent Kilpatrick and Mel Cochran with us tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Give me just a moment. I'll get this presentation pulled up. Oh, okay. Just got permission. That was exciting. Let's see here. There we go. Is everyone good? All right. We're going to roll through this, guys. So I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen the Rainbow Forest and what a beautiful and amazing work of art it is. And if you've been out there, you know that you want to get all up in that artwork and you want to see it and experience it. And it's really amazing and attractive for people. So seeing that as a challenge, we said, you know, we need to figure out how we can get people into this artwork, provide that access, provide that experience for everyone. So tonight I'm just going to walk you through this project and what we're looking at as far as the history, the project itself. There's a grant opportunity that we're exploring, looking at our project concept, some of the stakeholder input we've had, talk about our budget and next steps, and then take your questions. History, I'm going to go through this really quick because I know you guys know the history on this. This is pretty recent. It's going through here. You know, we've got in 2017, the Greenway project started. TSPLOST hit in 2018. And then in July of 2020, you recommended locating the public art on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway as part of that project. And that was looking at doing one large piece of art. So that was a $55,000 project. And then the Athens Cultural Affairs Commission released the call. They got 34 proposals. And then this Rainbow Forest project was chosen. That was in March of 2021. And then in May, you guys approved the forest. In August, it started construction. And then we had the ribbon cutting. So all of that happened pretty quick once we decided where we wanted it, made that selection and move forward. So again, you're familiar with the Rainbow Forest. And we all know that that's something that people really want to access. So what we're looking at is how we can provide access in an inclusive way. And so what we're proposing for this is an 8-foot wide concrete access path to the artwork. This meets the federal guidelines for an outdoor recreation access route. That's part of the 2015 Architectural Barriers Act standards. And that is something that the federal government provides that federally funded projects follow when you're looking at access to outdoor recreation resources. So this is something that's inclusive and accessible, meeting those standards in that the slope is no more than 10% with runs of no more than 30 feet. And then you have a level resting area for 5 feet. And then when you get to the art, it has a firm, stable surface underfoot. That's providing access for people with disabilities while meeting the vision of the artist. Because what we're looking at is a turf type of material. And it's not like the turf you think of that might have been on your grandparents' outdoor space for a little putting green. This is something very similar to the turf product that is going in at some of our dog park areas for central services and animal services. It looks like grass, but it provides the firm and stable surface that a natural grass surface would not. So if someone's using a mobility device, it does allow them to get up there. Kids can get up there. It's really great, provides full access to the artwork. Really great part about this is that there is a grant opportunity. So we saw an opportunity to leverage some SPLOST 2020 funds for matching for the Georgia DNR Recreational Trails Program grant. And I know we've come before you before in the past with different ideas and different projects. This year in this cycle, this one really jumped out at us as a great opportunity for that grant. It's a two-phase grant application, and so the phase 1 grant application is due the 1st of November. Looking at this is our really high-level concept of what we're looking at. So hopefully you can see my cursor here. The lighter gray area is the North Oconee River Greenway, and this is the segment of it that goes up really close to the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway. You can see that we have the access path. Our ribbon cutting was actually held in this area here. And the dark gray area kind of slides and glides up the hillside there. That's the access path I was talking about. That's that 8-foot wide concrete path. We've got an opportunity for sitting and viewing with a bench on a concrete pad. And then there's the art and the turf installation. So it's a very basic project. What we're looking at for the concept here is basically an access path, a surface that is under and around the artwork, and then the possibility of viewing for a bench. So it's a pretty simple concept, but really makes a huge impact in providing access to this artwork for everyone. So we have had, we've had preliminary discussions with some members of the Athens Cultural Fair Commission, and I actually got to attend their meeting last night. We had a really great time discussing the project, and they are excited about it. They did vote to approve the concept of the idea moving forward to try and obtain the grant for this. And they're very interested in being involved if this is approved to move forward and work with us in the schematic design phase. I'll be meeting with the Oconee Rivers Greenway Commission next week, and we'll be talking about the project and sharing ideas and getting that out there. But it's a high level concept right now. So again, if this was approved, we would be having more detailed conversations moving forward. And then because this is an active restoration area, we are actively discussing this project with the Office of Sustainability. We're receiving their guidance. We're working together. We're out in the field with survey instruments, looking at restoration areas, looking at the impact of construction, looking at replanting needs, and making sure that we are protecting the restoration area while providing access to the artwork. So some of the things we're discussing are fencing, a different access point for them. And the fencing that we're talking about is the kind of that 2-rail, split rail fence that's along further sections of the Greenway along MLK. So it's not a huge visual impact, but it's enough to keep people from wandering in and damaging the restoration area. Looking at our budget here, this is something that we're looking at matching with our project number 20, SPLOST 2020 Park Improvements funding. So this would be sub-project 1 coming out the gate for that. And we were looking at $73,000 for that grant match. And then when you look at everything for the total in the SPLOST and what we're looking at for project construction, that's $91,000 total for the project. So that's $18,000 matching for us, $73,000 for the RTP 80% match. And that says ARPA. We're looking at a couple of different ones, and I'm sorry, that's a mistake, but it is Recreational Trail Program funding. So in our next steps, we will be going before the SPLOST Oversight Committee on September 20th. And then if this is approved, we'll be submitting a grant proposal, phase 1 to the Georgia DNR. And then if we were successful, we would be notified in February of 2022, and then would submit a phase 2 grant application in March of 2022. And then the awards would be announced that fall, and possibly as soon as winter of 2023, February, March, we could possibly be moving forward back to you with kind of a schematic design and contractor approval, because we'd be looking at a design build type of project for this, because it's pretty simple. So there's not a lot to go into as far as the design goes. So now, does anyone have any questions? Need me to stop sharing?
I have a question. I don't know if you can see me.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What is the length of the path? I'm not sure if I missed it. Like, how many feet of pathway is it taking to get to the artwork?
Let's see. I wish I could zoom in on the screen. I can see it looks like 167 linear feet.
Okay. So it comes in at like just under $1,000 a linear foot, essentially.
Roughly, based on.
Yeah. I just want to point out the expensive cost of sidewalk construction. that just struck me.
Well, this also includes the material in and around the structure itself too.
Turf.
I think turf, and I think that's going to be an expensive application because of having to cut out for all those. So that is part of the cost too. I don't know how much, but.
Okay, so it's pretty labor intensive to accommodate that.
Very.
Okay.
Carol?
I just want to thank Mel for this. I think it's great. I was just there today, and I just want to clear, I mean, not today, 2 days ago, and stopped and walked right up there because I wanted to be right in the art and see where it was. So I'm assuming that this trail that we're seeing here is winding from what we have out there now, make the elevation more doable for walking and for people on mobility devices. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's why it does meander, is to meet that 10% grade. It's a steep climb up there, so we're trying to minimize our impacts on the restoration area while also providing access that meets the Architectural Barriers Act.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's really good. I was actually up there thinking as I was looking down to MLK Junior Parkway and Strickland Avenue, how neat it was that you could see this art installation from coming along there. So thank you for that.
If I might too, Mel, so in addition to next steps, there's an agenda item in the current cycle that would come to the commission for approval at the October voting meeting based on your feedback tonight.
Yes, my apologies for omitting that.
No, just letting everybody know that this is coming to you. So any other questions you have, glad to answer them.
Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mel. This looks fantastic, and just excited also that most of this will be paid hopefully with a grant coming. My one question is you brought up the fencing, and so when you said fencing, that's only going to be for the restoration area, keeping people away from accessing that. Is that? I would just hope that when we're doing, if possible, because that's a good thing we need to be doing, keeping people off the restoration area. But I just want to make sure, like the fencing, like Commissioner Myers said, I've driven this too. It's like so cool to be just like coming around the curve on the road and to see this thing sticking up. I just want to make sure that the fencing isn't going to somehow block these amazing views of the artwork.
And that was probably the biggest comment that came from the Cultural Affairs Commission last night. We spent a lot of time talking about fencing and looking at different Google Maps and Google Streets and seeing what's down the road and figuring out a few different ways that we'll be able to provide the protection while balancing the view shed. And we got a lot of great suggestions last night, and we happen to have a super incredibly skilled landscape architect on staff who is wonderful with user experience. So I'm excited for him to kind of tackle this if we move forward with this and kind of look at it more deeply as we work with the Office of Sustainability on this.
Okay, awesome. Just glad it's on y'all's radar and y'all are planning it. I'm sure you'll find a way to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Anyone else? Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this is fantastic. Thanks a lot for putting it together. Very excited about the grant. Makes the vote easy, I think. I did have kind of a meta level question. I think it's sort of revealing that we have this awesome amenity and now we're figuring out how to make it ADA accessible after the fact. And I know we've had a lot of conversations lately about getting a citizens advisory commission together to talk about disabled folks and specifically access to our amenities and things moving forward. And is there any kind of status update on where that advisory group is and how we can incorporate them into future projects like this, where we're expecting people to have some kind of access to make sure that as often as possible it's accessible for disabled folks?
It's a good question. Concurrent conversation is about formation of the Human Rights Commission or committee, whatever that would be phrased. And at least at this point, kind of the notion is integrating this into their work.
And if you don't mind, I have a little bit of information to add to that. We've actually been turned on to, and part of this is we're working on inclusion in leisure services, and we've been partnering with the Athens Community Corps and working on doing inclusion assessments. They are all certified inclusivity assessors now and have been going through in partnership with the GIO and put together an assessment that we're collecting data on so that we'll be able to record the current accessible levels of our facilities, and then be able to build some transition planning into our different capital and future budgeting processes, which is pretty exciting. So we've been able to pull some of the group together and get some neat things going in the department. So that's pretty exciting. And I'll just also want to throw out there, this is the ABA, not the ADA, which there's a little, I'm just going through this training, I've learned the difference and where they apply. And so those are two really great things to look into. So Architectural Barriers Act and then the Forest Service recreation access guidelines are also really wonderful for accessibility in the outdoor environment where you're balancing sustainability with inclusion and accessibility.
Thanks, Mel. Anyone else on the rainbow? All right, Mel, Kent, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
All right, going from access to art to access to a loo.
I wondered about that transition. Thank you, Mayor. Downtown public restroom update. This has been ongoing for some time. We have our Central Services Director, Andrew Saunders, here to walk you through the latest thinking.
Well, good evening. I don't think we'll be quite as exciting as a rainbow forest, but I'll do my best. I'm here to discuss with you the concept that's being promoted for the downtown public restroom and the next steps should you decide to move forward with that concept. So we'll go over the history, specifically the trends from some of the public feedback that we received, what the specific concept is, the operating and capital cost, and then what will be coming before you. This is not going the direction it's supposed to go, so we'll just scroll. So a little history. You saw some of this when I gave you a work session presentation at the beginning of the year. This idea actually has its genesis in the Downtown Health and Safety Study. That study specifically identified the need for public restrooms to offset any use of portables, amongst other restroom-related retrofits that are needed within existing buildings. That was in 2016. Here we are in 2021. Why are we talking about a restroom? Well, the reality was coming to fund it and understanding a little bit what was happening with that landscape downtown. So we had to wait for Clayton Street to get its legs for us to fully understand the cost of that streetscape project, to understand what kind of SPLOST or TSPLOST funding might be available. In January, I chatted with you all about some concept work that had been done, looking at 2 different locations and different equipment opportunities. And there was a general preference, although not unanimous, to focus on College Avenue as the host location and to follow staff's recommendation for a Portland loo. At that same meeting, we received feedback to go and engage with the public and get their ideas about this specific proposal. And we were able to do that. I'll go into that for you. And then following that feedback, we brought that back to the user group for that project and have a recommendation for a concept. So that public feedback was largely digital. We designed a survey with the help of our Chief Data Officer and our Public Information Office. Had a variety of questions, and it actually had sub-questions. So if you said you lived downtown, you might get a series of questions that would be different from somebody that said they owned or managed a business downtown. That was online for 6 weeks, and we had overwhelming support. I've never actually known that people wanted to tell me so much about a restroom. You see that we got just shy of 700 total responses. And in addition to some digital related promotions, one of the things we did, you can actually see here on the right, was had a promotion for that in College Square itself, gave people some idea of what we were asking, and they click that QR code and they could very quickly take that survey on any mobile device. Within that survey, we actually provided kind of 3 sub-concepts, if you will. So we said, if this is the equipment and this is the general location, how might that design work? And so you'll see on the left a design that preserves that loading zone by the College Avenue deck. On the far right, you'll see a design that really focused on some landscape enhancements. And in the middle was a concept that you all had recommended, which was acknowledging that a single public restroom doesn't fully offset the surge needs that we have on game days and events. And so it'd be nice if we could set this up where it would host portables and the fixed restroom so that we could have that surge capacity. And what we actually saw in that public feedback was that was the preferred concept. So people really wanted this to be the multi-tool of Athens restrooms. Here's a zoom in on that. So to orient you, Smoker's Den would be about here, downtown parking here, and of course, the remainder of the parking deck headed south. You'll see it's a relatively modest footprint. It would require the removal of 1 tree that's in decline. We would look to enhancing landscape around it with the construction. There is a connect to protect area at that intersection, and that would be preserved in the design. Getting into the survey results was pretty interesting. So we can just start with the why. Of people that manage or own a business downtown, approximately 3/4 of them told us our restroom is for customers or employees only. And of all of the visitors downtown, approximately 2/3 of them said that they had encountered human waste in downtown. Because of COVID, we put the 24-month window on that. Normally, we might have asked within the past year, but on the heels of a pretty quiet time for us, we felt like 24 months was more appropriate. We asked people how they envisioned themselves using it. You see that in the bottom right, and it was pretty variable. So approximately 1/4 of people said, you know, I'll never use this. It's just not my gig. I've got other opportunities. More or less, another 20% or so said that they would use it during events. So at the same time, they might naturally be using a portable in our area. They could see this as an option. And the remainder said that they would either use it frequently or infrequently. I will point out as well that based off of the written comments that we got that will be attached to any agenda report you consider, I feel like we do have a good capture of business owners, downtown residents, downtown visitors, and homeless individuals actually filled out this survey. So felt like it was a pretty good snapshot of downtown interest. When we asked people, okay, if we build this restroom, how do you see yourself? Will it change your propensity to come downtown? It was pretty interesting. We actually asked this question 2 different ways. We asked it based off of how often do you already come downtown? And then the second was more of what is the nature of your business downtown? Do you live here? Do you work here? Do you own a business here? Or are you just visiting? What you'll see is that this is not going to sway people that are on the fence. If you don't come downtown, a single restroom isn't going to do it for you. We only saw about 7% of those. Across the other areas, in general, the more you were downtown, more or less, the more you liked this idea and would actually thought that it would encourage you to continue coming downtown. We asked people about amenities, and we asked specifically about some amenities that were available as kind of standard equipment. And then we had a fill-in box where people could prompt information. And so what I want to point out to you is those top 4 rows on the left, more or less everybody would be prompted to offer some kind of feedback on that. And so you're really looking for numbers 300 plus on a survey as large as we had to start to show some interest. On the other hand, the low numbers on the right don't actually necessarily mean that they're a bad idea. What it means is, in this case, let's say 7 individuals specifically took the time to write out something about feminine products as they were giving feedback on amenities. So we took that into consideration. We asked people, what are your thoughts about cleaning? How often do you think we should clean it? And overwhelmingly, people suggested daily or more preferably a couple times a day. And that really aligned with some of the feedback we got, especially in text comments, that really people's single largest fears regarding any kind of restroom had to do with security and sanitation. Beyond that, they felt like it was overall a pretty good idea. So this was taking all that into consideration, this is the concept that the user group reviewed and is recommending come forward to you all. Again, would stick with the location and the equipment that was previously discussed. You'll see some design information here. You'll see some of those amenities that were recommended, including some that were not prompted automatically. So feminine hygiene products and the baby changing station were not automatically in that list. And then you'll also see, kind of following the traditional SPLOST methodology, some highly wanted items. So if the budget can accommodate such an item, things like landscaping, outdoor lighting, and some other smaller amenities. We get to construction and operating costs, and I've broken down construction costs for you 2 ways, because in the first presentation, there was a lot of sticker shock, to be quite frank. Come to find out, infrastructure is very expensive. It's been a learning curve for me as I've worked my tenure with Athens-Clarke County. In total, prices have actually increased since we last discussed this, so we've gone back and priced a few of the items. Would be around $314,000, including contingencies, to contract this service into this location. Of that, $166,000 are universal to any restroom. So if you're going to put any restroom in this location, whether you build it on site or you have the Taj Mahal of restrooms, you're somewhere in there, you're going to have about $166,000. And that remainder balance really depends on what kind of equipment and materials you use. When it comes to operating cost, it comes out to about $33,000 a year. That includes some security enhancements, janitorial service 2 times a day, 360, we'll say 4 days a year. Let's assume they take Christmas off. And the good news is that thanks to the work of your body, that has actually been established in our operating budget. So we're not projecting any additional operating cost if this concept is adopted. So next steps would be to bring this concept forward to you for adoption. We propose to move it forward to bid and design and final design and bid and award. We'll receive project bids. In discussion with our SPLOST office, they felt like we might want to start with the state on-call contract. They've been doing some work for us in our parks. We found it to be affordable and timely. And so we would start there, kind of see how that price compares to our original estimates, and then decide if additional procurement activities are needed. And then in full disclosure, staff I'm going to tell you one thing tonight, and there may be something different depending on the feedback you give me. At a $300,000 plus price tag, if you approve it, naturally that would bring the project back for you for approving that construction contract. Today, discussing with our SPLOST office, they said, well, it might be worth asking them to approve a purchase, up to a certain amount if we go with a state contract bid. So would welcome any feedback you have there, and we can kind of pivot based off of that. And so with that, I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen and open up any comments and questions.
Thanks, Andrew. All right, give me the straight poop. Who's the first to pile it on? Mike.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you being here tonight. So your survey, did it mention price at all with people did it let people know who are filling out the survey that this might be $314,000?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And I guess I'm just wondering too about the amount of public buildings we have downtown. I'm not going to argue against opening up a public restroom for for use. I'm just wondering, you know, we've got all these public buildings downtown. I mean, I don't have to name them all. I mean, we just got through talking about the Classic Center. We've certainly got the courthouse, certainly got water department. Well, here I am naming them all, and I said I wouldn't do it. But you see where I'm going with that. My you know my angst or my hesitation on this is that price tag for a one seater. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
For a toilet, you know, and you know, Patrick and I are in the sort of business of cleaning toilets, and I will say that, you know, I'll put in the, you know, it's not, it would not be appropriate for me to put in a bid for cleaning that toilet, and I wouldn't do it. But $22,000 is, you know, somebody should put in a bid for it, but, or $33,000. So I guess my angst is our priorities, y'all. I mean, you know, for $314,000 using SPLOST dollars, I mean, we just got through talking about trash corrals downtown, and the trash corrals downtown are going to be utilized along Clayton Street, but we don't have enough money to utilize them on the other streets. Am I right about that, Manager Williams? So, you know, could we not take that $314,000, put them toward trash corrals so that we could utilize trash corrals all over downtown and have the same uniform system of trash collection downtown? Because as it stands now, when Clayton Street's done, we're going to have two different ways of collecting trash downtown, which is two different ways of expenses for downtown. And so the trash cans downtown, we have enough money in there for new trash cans for Clayton Street, but not for all of downtown. So I just kind of, I'm just throwing it out there. We've got public restrooms available in public buildings. Is there some sort of policy we can create around that versus spending $314,000 on a new toilet, one seater for downtown versus figuring out some of these other larger priorities that we also have? So those are my points for tonight. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Mike. Melissa.
Sorry. As someone who, you know, mostly walks or rides the bus or rides my scooter downtown and, you know, has to use the restroom frequently, I can attest to the need just for someone like myself. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've been downtown after work, you know, after 5 p.m. and City Hall and the banks are closed. You don't want to go into a restaurant without buying something. I was downtown just last Monday with my cousin, giving her a little tour, and it was Labor Day. Everything was closed. A lot of the stores downtown were closed, and I had to pee, and I was close to popping a squat in the bushes because every place was closed. You know, we ended up going into Target, and their bathroom is locked, and you know, you have to go find a salesperson to unlock the bathroom. And you know, of course, I bought something on my way out, but it's a problem. And it's, you know, I know that there's this prejudice against homeless folks, you know, as being ones who would use this, but there's lots of people who will use this. You know, certainly the late night downtown crowd, certainly people like me. You know, I think that there's a real diversity of people who will use this. People with children. I mean, when you're with a small child, when they gotta pee, they gotta pee. And you don't necessarily want to take them into a crowded restaurant. I mean, the price tag is high. It's sticker shock, that's for sure. But from what I understand, the way these things are constructed, they're pretty much bomb-proof. You know, the reason they're priced so high is because they last so long. They're constructed of steel. You know, they can basically be completely hosed out. And yeah, there is a problem. I mean, I can tell you, I've witnessed a human turd on the steps of City Hall. You know, we get complaints about those kind of incidents downtown, but we're not going to do anything about them. You know, we desperately need this kind of facility downtown. You know, I know the price is high, but I feel like the benefits will pay off.
Turn to Jesse, and then Kara, and then Tim. And then Allison.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question and then some thoughts. And thank you for this presentation, Andrew. I thought it was great. Does the proposed budget, and you kind of breeze past that slide at the typical breakdown of must-haves and would like to haves, how much of the, I guess, does the proposed budget capture all of the must-haves, and then how many, if any, of the nice-to-haves?
We've priced it to have the must-haves and the highly wanted.
Okay.
What we can't guarantee is so we have a line item for public art, and we envision that might start as like a wrap, similar to what's going to happen with those eco stations. If we go back up here, I'm going to make you a little motion sick. You can see this particular equipment kind of has a little artistic panel on it instead of a wrap. So we did get some feedback in the survey that they like the idea of an evolving or refreshed art program there. And so what I don't know on the operating side is how much of it will be needed for additional feminine products. So we're proposing that we would use Time Machine for fee-free products. How much of the budget will be consumed in that versus how much may remain in the thing. You'll see in total, we've got about $19,000 in that more or less catch-all line item, or not 19,000, I'm sorry, $1,900. Those other line items carry through.
Thanks. That's very good to know. Yeah, I guess just, I'm very excited about this. More excited than I usually am about a bathroom, although I'm probably most excited about sewer infrastructure of all the things that we're in charge of. It's an easy thing to take for granted and a horrible thing to not have. And there is a clear need for us to have more amenities. I do think Commissioner Hamby's remarks about the price, I mean, I share the sticker shock feeling, certainly when we first saw this, but I've also been getting more used to experiencing that over and over again with a lot of things. I mean, the costs I got when I called in some work orders for potholes when I first got on, I was like, wow, that's a lot to fill in a couple of small potholes. And I think, when we really start looking at all the things that go into doing what we as a government do, it adds up pretty quickly. And all that considered, I do think this is a really good plan, a really good way to go. I think the Portland Loo model is the best of those available, as we talked through in a previous work session. If a proposal were to be brought forward for some other existing bathroom in a facility downtown, I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing that the operational costs would be much higher because we'd be talking about turning a non-24-hour building into a 24-hour building and having to build out some kind of security around all the parts of the building that aren't the bathroom, et cetera. And so I guess I question, since so much of this cost is really just creating the hookup in the first place, unless someone's aware of a facility we've already got in a comparable downtown location where the bathroom is accessible right when you walk in and no one's really going to be able to get anywhere else in the building, then I'm not super convinced that there's another way to go besides, building something new. And so if we are building something new, I'm all in favor of this, and I look forward to hopefully making this happen as soon as possible.
Jesse, I was going to note this later in the conversation, but one of the projects that really has kind of come to greater fruition since our earlier conversation about the Loo is the Costa building, which is going to have that rear addition. And so it's been on my mind as a prospect for this, sort of in a conjoined way. Carol, Tim, Allison, and Patrick.
The quick question here. First comment, Andrew, really appreciate the breakdown of the construction costs. That's helpful for me to see that the Loo itself is $148,000, expensive still, but not that the $166,000 would be for any kind of restroom. I think that's important to emphasize. I heard you mention a user group. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you tell me a little bit about the user group and who makes up the user group on this one?
So it's the user group that's advising on the downtown infrastructure and streetscape projects out of TSPLOST. It involves Public Works, Fire and Emergency Services, ADDA, Central Services. I feel like there's another one, manager. I don't know if you recall.
Are there business owners?
No, business owners will be represented through the ADDA's participation.
And there was 100% support for this project?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Kelly, if you don't mind me correcting that, I think there's 100% support for a public restroom downtown. I don't know that there was on the ADDA if you're asking that. And this was in 2018 when this got brought up and the price tag was a lot cheaper.
Well, what I can represent is the ADDA was a yay vote on the user group, and they were the ones that have actually initially brought the Portland Loo to our attention when we were looking at different equipment. So on my interactions, I would account for them as champions.
Well, I would say that they were champions with a smaller price tag, Andrew.
Got a few other folks, Tim, Allison, Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Commissioner Holt brought it up well that sticker shock happens constantly at this job. And the truth is that to provide quality services, they're oftentimes expensive. And I think that this, as we go through this, and also I encourage everybody to go back and read the report that was emailed out to us on June 28th, in which we were given a lot of detailed information, giving comparisons to stick-built downtown bathrooms compared to the Portland Loo, comparing it to the recently built Ben Burton restrooms, and showing the increase in operational cost if we were to go a different design. And I'll read a quote here from it. At a 2.5% average inflation rate, the Portland Loo is expected to reduce operating costs by approximately $92,000 over its 20-year operating lifespan. And also, while I love the idea of us having more of our public buildings open 24/7 for bathroom access, I see that as being very difficult and definitely very expensive. And then has, which this report also still cites again, a lot of security issues. One being that there can't be occupancy checks. If you have bathrooms that, whether they're inside the college parking deck or in the Costa building that we're building, if these things have locked doors, then there's the real potential daily that they will be occupied, possibly overnight, making some really difficult issues there. While the Portland Loo is designed in a way to kind of take that into account. And you know, with the operating costs, saying the $30,000, you know, I just did basic math, basically comes down to $90 a day. Still a lot of money, but if we were to, you know, basically we hear the complaints from people downtown, seeing feces, seeing these issues. I have also seen them. If that encourages one extra family to go downtown and have dinner at the Palmas or somewhere else, you've made up for that $90 operational cost, and it's going to be even more than that. If we can make downtown a more inviting place where people spend more money, that is more money going into local businesses' pockets, going into local workers, and also creating more in our tax digest that will go to pay for the operational costs of this bathroom. So, you know, we want to deal with a poop problem, we're going to have to pay for it. And it's not going to be cheap. If it was cheap, we would have done it a long time ago, folks, you know? So I support this moving forward, and I appreciate staff's very thorough research and documentation of why this is the best option.
Thanks, Tim. Allison?
Hey there. Hey, Tim, can you tell me the date of that email? I don't think I saw that comparison, because what's the date of that email so I can dig it up later? June what?
June 28th came through at 6:07 p.m. from Blaine.
Okay. I'll
Subject,
dig that up because
Portland Loo, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Because I think that was in the middle of the survey, and part of my concerns about one, well, first of all, we definitely need some public restrooms, and I do not think that one at this price tag, one sitter, is really a good use of funds. So that leads me to one question: what funding source is this coming from?
So the capital's proposed to come out of TSPLOST and SPLOST that's being used for the Clayton Street project, and the operating is general fund.
You're buffering, Allison. Are you still there? Allison, I'll come back to you if you jump back in. Go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you. This was good. Thank you, staff. So kind of have an off-the-wall question. Who owns the alleyways? Do the county own the alleyways, or does the business between them share the ownership?
It depends. Do you have a specific
Okay.
alleyway in mind?
Well, I'm just thinking like, because we're taking up a lot of ADA parking. I like the idea of, I 100% agree that we need public bathrooms downtown. I like the idea of, since it's right in front of the police department, maybe retrofitting part of the police precinct, you know, putting a bathroom in there. But I'm just thinking about, just earlier today, just thinking about the use of putting a bathroom in some of the alleyways, if that's feasible. Say, gives us more parking, maybe cheaper. Just an idea.
Yeah, I know that the property history of those alleys is really distinct from one to the next. So probably get some follow-up for you, Patrick.
Hey, am I back yet?
Yep. Yeah, I've got you, Allison. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I just when I thought I could put video on from not coughing, so I'm going to leave the video off. And is Patrick in the middle of his? You can come back to me.
No, Patrick, you wrap?
I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick's good. Go ahead, Allison.
Okay, so Andrew, I got beamed away when you were talking about funding. What was the answer to that?
The initial construction cost is proposed to be that blend of SPLOST and TSPLOST funds that are being used for the Clayton Street project. The annual operating cost has come out of the general fund.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And I guess with the details that I missed from that email that Commissioner Denson was talking about, was it seems to me that the different comparisons of what I think should be multi-locations options, so that would have to be something affordable that we could have it more than one place. It seems that the survey would be addressing different options rather than like the same location with a few tweaks to it. So I kind of wish that the survey was addressing the ability for us to do like the Ben Burton. I mean, I think that's a perfect example that sticks in my mind about the Ben Burton. It's already been designed. I could see if we drop that into 3 parking spots behind the Costa building, behind the City Hall, that could be more seating, and it would also be public availability. So those kind of options I would like to be publicly vetted, maybe charted out for the public, because I'm having a hard time explaining this to everybody. I do agree we need some help in this. It's a public health hazard when people aren't properly doing their business in a facility that's healthy and designed for that. So the part about the price tag that I want to bring to everybody who's trying to accept this price tag as being okay, when we discussed this last, and it was in March, and it was going to be a $245,000 item, I got the tax assessors to tell me how many single family dwellings we have in our county, and we have 34,000 of them. The ones that are under $245,000, the price we're talking about, or now it's even more. So now I got to get the new numbers, is 29,636 houses in our community or dwellings, whether it's a duplex or, they're single family, not multi. That we have 29,637 houses that are less than this. And we're talking about devoting property tax that people are paying on an annual basis to the upkeep of this. I just think that there's a better solution to put our priorities in. I agree that we need to solve this. And then another example that I thought of earlier, and I thought that would be too expensive. In Italy, in a medieval town, they've got what's like an elevator. And you push the elevator to go in the bathroom. The floor of it is like an escalator, so nobody's going to like go in there and get comfortable. They're going to go in, do the business that they want. When you're done, the elevator door shuts and the whole thing sprays clean and drains out. And if they can put something like that in the side of a park in a medieval town, I mean, I'm just wishing that we had some comparisons of what has been vetted to get us to this point, because I bet that didn't cost $250,000, and it doesn't have somebody cleaning it for $33,000 a year. So I'm not going to be able to support this, but I would like some more information that the public can have to help explain it. I can explain the need, but I can't explain the solution. And I think the cost of building, we shouldn't forget about that. I think we should be looking at other solutions because we need it in more than one spot. We need more than one seat. Another point I want to make, the water bottle refilling stations should not be at the loo. That's exactly, to me, as a public safety thing, not where it should be. It seems that we could have 3 different areas where we can have a water station, and it shouldn't be the same place where somebody might mistake it for the hand washing station. So those are the points I wanted to make, and maybe we can get some to decipher that email. And Tim, thanks for bringing that up so I can get some more details from that. So thanks for listening.
Thanks, Allison. I've got Russell, then I'll circle back to Jesse.
Thanks. I too was skeptical of this project on the outset, thinking that maybe we could build something, in the college parking deck. I think one non-negotiable for me is the location. It's got to be in the heart of downtown. It's got to be close to College Square. We can't shunt it off to some other on Doherty or Hancock or Washington. It's just going to be away from where it's needed. I mean, I agree we could use multiples of these, but the first one should go where it is most needed, and that is in this centrally located area right in the heart of downtown. But staff has looked at this stick-built proposal. I know we were talking about, what about one of the tenants in the parking deck? They might vacate. Staff came back and said it cost approximately $300 to $375 to retrofit the site as a restroom, and it probably costs more to operate it. It's expensive to build downtown. Tearing up the sidewalk, tearing up the street to plumb this unit, laying the utilities to wire it. I mean, this is complex work being done here. We need to look no further than Clayton Street. Look at all the problems we've had with the utility conflicts in the antiquated infrastructure overlaid on top of each other. It's a very complex proposition to build downtown. So I think perhaps we could share some of that information with our constituents if they do need some explanation. It's simply expensive to construct things in the downtown of an urban core. If we were going to build a single family house downtown or a residential dwelling, I mean, golly, those are expensive too downtown. It really is about the location with this discussion for me. This is, honestly, I would like to see it closer to College Square, but I can live with this. I don't think we can get any farther away from the heart of downtown than what we've got here with this proposal. It's absolutely needed. We have folks visiting our downtown who need to use this, and we have unhoused individuals who need a restroom. And there's businesses up and down Clayton Street that are just tired of having to turn away folks begging for relief. So the downtown Athens business community overwhelmingly supports this measure, and I think it's going to be fine. I think it's going to be a great deal, and I thank staff for putting it together. I look forward to seeing it get implemented. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Russell. Circling back to Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I just wanted to respond to some ideas raised by colleagues. I think Commissioner Edwards added to the long list of great reasons why this is, in my view, a great idea. I did hear Commissioner Hamby say something about City Hall, and so I'll just use that as the example and do some napkin math here. But in my view, if we're going to try to make the bathrooms at City Hall the substitute for this, which are further from the downtown core, as Commissioner Edwards pointed out, but let's say we went with that, I imagine with no construction modifications, we'd then need to hire someone as security, because otherwise you can just walk into all of City Hall when you go in there to use the bathroom. And so at 16 hours a day for the 5 business days of the week when we're closed, and then plus the 48 hours of the weekend, multiplying by that by what I'm sure is an underestimate of what we pay someone, 15 an hour, and then 52 weeks a year. This of course leaves out holidays. You're looking at $99,840 a year. So 100 grand a year basically just to have the security there. Otherwise, we'd probably be doing a dramatic remodel in order to rebuild that space to not be just free access to all of City Hall, in which case I imagine we'd be looking at comparable cost figures to what we're looking at here, plus dragging it out longer. So all that to say, I've still yet to see a proposal that saves us more money than this does, even though this is a lot of money. And then regarding Commissioner Wright's remarks about the cost of upkeep, there's a cost of upkeep no matter what, and I think we've heard thoroughly about why this model, the Portland Loo, is the most cost effective because of how easily cleaned it is, as well as being, and I think this is really, really important, a model that is designed to safeguard against use for something other than the intended uses. And I think that's of the utmost concern to a lot of us. We talk about safety as well as sanitary, and we don't want to end up with someone ODing in a bathroom that no one can see inside. We don't want to end up with someone spending an hour in there, taking an informal shower or doing whatever else, right? So I think, all that to say, I remain very, very much on board with this, and I would encourage any colleagues who really aren't on board with this yet to hammer out a concrete proposal for an alternative, because I would hate to drag this out longer than the next couple weeks for a vote. The need for this is yesterday, and so I feel like the time to act is now. Thanks.
Good, Mike. Muted.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out within City Hall, Commissioner Hall, there are 2 restrooms. If you go to the right of City Hall, they're accessible and the doors are locked behind you, so you can't get anywhere else in City Hall from that standpoint. But I'd also like to say, it's interesting that we're having a discussion about who can go into public buildings after hours, and all of a sudden now, we have a security problem with homeless people going into public buildings after hours. So I think the juxtaposition of that versus our homeless encampment that we voted on just a few weeks ago is really interesting, and I'll keep it at that. But I will also say too, a one-seater downtown at College Avenue across from the smoking shop is not going to solve the situation of people going into stores asking to use the restroom. It's just not. And I don't know why that's even. I just know it's still going to keep happening, unfortunately. And like Commissioner Wright says, we need more than one location downtown in order to do this. But I think I've made my point clear. I mean, it's costing $314,000. I think there's better uses of these dollars for the SPLOST dollars and TSPLOST dollars in particular that could help downtown in a lot more ways. I'm not arguing against a public restroom by any stretch, but I think, and Mayor brought up the fact that we're going to be building a public restroom over in Costa Building. So there's opportunities there that we can utilize and further opportunities, but to utilize these dollars when I know they can be prioritized in a better way at this point in time to help downtown look better and become more efficient in looking better. I think we'd be remiss in not doing that. So I'll just leave it at that. I've made my point. I'll vote against the $314,000 expenditure, and those that you that want to vote for it, go ahead and vote for it, and we'll just see where the chips fall. Thank you.
Hey, Allison.
Hey, Kelly, thanks for seeing. I tried to have my hand down and then go back up again. Sorry. This darn COVID head, I can't think of what I was about to say. Come back to me after Melissa. Thanks.
Hey, Melissa.
Okay. So looking at the costs, so from what I understand, these Portland loos are kind of prefabricated, patented devices. Of this cost, what is the cost of the actual loo itself? We have this list of, site work, utilities, conditions, and
That's 148,000.
The loo with the recommended enhanced features like the outdoor hand washing station and other things comes in at $148,000.
Okay, I see it. Okay, so it's the 148. So the bulk of the cost is the actual installation of it, which would be, if that's the common cost to any restroom. I mean, we're only paying $148,000 for basically what is a bomb shelter bathroom. Something that's highly permanent and very low maintenance because of its high level materials. So the bulk of the cost is the actual instruction, and regardless, that's not going to change. Looking at it from that perspective, I don't necessarily see it as all that unreasonable. I mean, we already discussed that we like the Portland loo out of all the options out there.
Go ahead, Russell. Or Andrew, did you want to note?
I just, when there's a chance at the end, I'd like to kind of hit on a few of the high points from some of the feedback I've heard.
Okay, I'll circle back. I know Russell and then I think Allison wanted to make a note, and then I'll have Andrew wrap, and then we've got one more item.
I was just going to say real quick, I understand where Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Wright are coming from. I mean, this is an expensive piece of infrastructure. I just, I hear where they're coming from. This is not going to be an easy decision for us to make. We've been, I think, working for years and years to try to get this done. And I think we had a previous manager that was just philosophically opposed to public restrooms. So we're sort of dealing with the legacy of that. So, but I do think this is something, and that this will provide some relief. So thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Kelly. I remember the comment I wanted to make because Russell reminded me, Commissioner Edwards reminded me that the work that had been done on this and making this the location that was so prime, so much so that the survey questioned the same location, just, some small changes. With us closing College Square, since this committee or group had begun talking, had there been any updates about, now that College Square's closed, if there couldn't be, again, I'm going back to the Ben Burton style, more traditional facility. Had there been any discussions about that with the change of closing College Square, the location? Thank you.
So to answer that, the survey did not ask, as you all noted, where should we put the first one? Because following up on the first work session presentation we had with you and the feasibility analysis that had been done prior to that, we had two locations and you all showed a strong preference for the one that was there. To speak specifically to College Square, the survey did ask, if this is successful, what other locations should be considered in the future? And there were two areas that were accented by our respondents. One was College Square, and the other was the 100 block of Washington Street, where so many of our public events happen. Specifically to College Square, the reason why we would not propose it at this moment is because the Downtown Development Authority, in partnership with our department, has submitted a TSPLOST proposal. And that TSPLOST proposal does actually have a line item in it for an additional public restroom should it be needed. But if you put this one out there and then end up redoing your streetscape along College Square to come up with more of a pedestrian plaza, you'll more or less eat that $160,000 or so of site preparation and construction when you renovate in the future. Whereas, but you could almost certainly repurpose the equipment that's mounted on the surface, so the loo itself.
Thank you, Angie. I always appreciate your analysis and sharing with me the processing of it. So I really appreciate that last question and your feedback.
Sure.
Thanks, Allison. Andrew, did you want to make some kind of other summary observations?
Sure. I'm just going to touch on a few of the things I heard. One thing that I heard loud and clear from you all today is if there's an agenda report, you would like an alternatives analysis to show what the operating and capital cost would be for other products. And we can absolutely help with that. A lot of the emphasis on public buildings, I definitely agree. You know, as a sustainability professional, there's the mantra of conserve what you got before you go and make new or try to offset. And so, yes, we have public restrooms in the downtown area. To be quite frank, even on the 8 to 5 or 8 to 6 window, we have issues with our public restrooms. So the second floor in City Hall is routinely vandalized and requires attention and repairs. We've had issues where we've had people try to overnight in that facility, and there's been a challenge with our building maintenance staff. So it's not a slam dunk. And I think, as Commissioner Houle pointed out, probably the likely solution, even if you were to focus on, say, a basement door, a Costa, or some other access point, would involve some evening style monitoring. And I suspect that'll increase your operating costs, but we can definitely show you what that would look like. For parking at the proposed location, there is no loss of public parking spaces. So right now that's a loading, unloading zone that's predominantly used by the police department and downtown parking. Some discussion about alleyways. In general, we'll share there's actually kind of a best practices on public restrooms. In general, you would not want to site a restroom in an alleyway because from a landscape design or environmental design perspective, that's going to put you in a situation that's more likely to be affiliated with crime and unwanted behavior. And then I spoke about the survey a little bit. I guess the last thing I would point out is on the operating costs. We'll certainly explain how we came to those numbers. They are high. It is expensive to host a restroom in the downtown setting that's open 365, 24/7. Of that $30-some-odd thousand, it is not entirely custodial. It's about 2/3 custodial. And so that's inclusive of disposable products, cleaning, and the twice daily visits. So I think that covers a lot of the themes that I heard.
Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate all that. And I do agree that sort of alternatives analysis would be good. And I'll make another pitch, be interested in, given that it will be new construction, what we could yield out of the ground level of the coming Costa rear component.
Sure.
All right, thanks, everybody. More down the road. I've got one last item, the prospect of designated projects in the TSPLOST 2023 referendum. And so I'll turn it over to Blaine to begin.
Thanks, Mayor. This is our final item tonight. As you'll remember with SPLOST 2020, there was the commission had indicated some projects it might be interested in, like the Classic Center, affordable housing, the facility space modernization, and then those were taken back, and then the committee did its deliberation, and those were put back on. And I do think the committee would appreciate if there are some things that the commission is very much interested in accomplishing with the TSPLOST, and to kind of know that up front so they can navigate and come back to you with some recommendations. So tonight's to kick off that discussion, I'll turn it over to Robert Cheshire, our Capital Projects Director.
Thank you, Manager Williams. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Thanks. Actually, I'm going to let Keith kick it off, and then David Boyd is going to do the second slide. We've had a little bit of projection increase for TSPLOST 2023, and then David will turn it over to me.
Okay.
Go ahead, Keith.
Thank you, Robert. Good evening. So just quickly, four or five main things we want to look at. One good thing I've heard, or one thing I've heard said all night, is about the cost increases. Well, the good part about that is it also comes with some revenue projection changes that David will share with us, and then we'll go through the projects that have been submitted and some potential designated, and then look at the next steps in the schedule and questions. And so that, I'll turn it over to David.
Yes, when we initially calculated the expected TSPLOST 5-year revenue for 2023 TSPLOST, you know, we didn't have a complete picture of what fiscal year 21 TSPLOST collections were going to be. So we calculated this earlier in the calendar year, and we sort of estimated the last 3 or 4 months of collections for 21. But that was about the time the economy opened up and spending began to increase. And so our collections came in much above what we thought they would be. So taking those actual numbers that came in and projecting them forward through this period, we used 2 growth rates. One was 2%, one was 2.5. 2% gives us a new estimate of 141.5 compared to the previous estimate of 139.5, and 2.5 gives us an estimate of 144.5. A lot of the growth that we've had in the past couple of years have been to decisions and law changes, you know, outside of our control, such as internet, adding a lot of the internet platforms to sales tax collections, and pandemic really pushed up online purchases a lot, and we were able to collect on those. We don't expect those to really continue indefinitely. So we feel like perhaps we have a new base, and probably estimating a 2% annual growth for this TSPLOST, giving us a $141.5 million estimate, is probably the way to go, primarily because it's better to come in a little under where you end up than to come in over. As you're seeing in our current TSPLOST, we expect to collect the $109 million that was estimated by the end of this calendar year. And what that means is we'll probably collect a little more, and we'll have plenty of money for the projects that were scheduled. So we can go 141.5 and feel pretty comfortable that we will collect that amount within the 5 years, because you have to remember, this is different than SPLOST. SPLOST, we keep going until we collect the amount that we projected. However, in TSPLOST, it's 5 years and you're out. So we feel like 141.5 would be a good estimate to go, but you know, if we want to do 144.5, we can. We just have to keep in mind that if we get to the end of this 5 years and we've got projects in there that, you know, some of them may not be funded fully, but that's where we came up with this new estimate due to some fantastic TSPLOST collections in the last quarter of fiscal year 21.
Thank you, David. Certainly good news. All right, Keith.
Some reason it's locked up. There we go.
The next couple of slides I'll just be brief on. These are really just for some context, but to give you an idea, we received 24 project submissions from staff. We received another 67 from the public, with one being withdrawn since they were submitted, so roughly 90, which is a lot, but that's a good, I think, a good problem to have. Those total about 700 million, just under $700 million in value. And you just heard David say we've got, instead of the 139.5 that we had initially had projected, we've got now somewhere between 141.5 and 144.5. So we've got a little bit more money, but still a 6-to-1 ratio there of the amount of requests versus the budget that we're going to have. So you can also see that the dollar value varied widely from as low as $30,000 for a project to as high as $72 million for a project, with the average being about 7.6 million. And then again, for some context, you can see about there were 21 projects that were under $1 million, 23 that were over 10 million, and the rest fell, those other 47 fell in the middle. Okay. And again, just a little more context. 2 of those projects were for the airport, roughly 2.5 million. And then the other two higher areas were bike ped related projects, road, bridges, and stormwater. So those were in the 2.4 to 2.7 million, and then public transit related projects being at 160 million. I don't know if I said 2.7, 242 million and 277 million. So that kind of shows you how the breakdown of them. So as Blaine, as Manager Williams mentioned, really what we're bringing tonight is just the suggestion and some discussion to be able to see if you, Mayor and Commission, would be willing to, if you've got projects that you know that you are going to want to shake out in the end. We've listed a few of those possibilities here. And if you knew that project and you knew the amount that you want to plug with it, then the advisory committee with 90 projects to look at would be able to focus their attention. They'd know what budget exactly that to be working toward, and they would know what projects that they would need to be addressing. So that's just a suggestion. I'll list these that we listed here. We've heard these in the past, suggested anyway. Continue pavement maintenance program, rehabilitation of stormwater system improvements, funding bridge improvements, continuation of the completion of the Firefly Trail, which means paving the remaining sections, construction of funding for a roundabout at West Hancock, West Broad Street, the continue, we hear this a lot, continue transit funding, and then continued corridor projects, which, you know, right now we're just finishing up some of the user groups and looking at some projects, but putting some actual money in there for the Atlanta Highway, Lexington Road, or Prince Avenue projects, corridor projects.
Okay.
And we'll come back to that discussion. Go ahead.
So if you look at the schedule and why are we bringing this to you tonight, this is the implementation schedule that we brought to you back in June, slightly adjusted for bringing this back in October. Previously, we had it on the schedule for bringing it back in September, but to give more time for project submissions and things to occur. So all the tasks in green are either ones that have occurred or the project presentations to the TSAC have already started, but those will be running up until October 6th. So if Mayor and Commission was interested in designating some projects and they wanted to do that before the committee started voting, then we would need to get that approval at the October 5th voting session to get that in ahead of the committee doing their voting. Otherwise, it would come after, which I guess it could still happen, but it prevents the committee is still looking at all the projects and those that Mayor and Commission might want to take off the table and designate. They wouldn't know that if we didn't go ahead and do this now. And so with that is our very short presentation to help facilitate some discussion, and we'll stop sharing.
Thanks for that, Keith and Robert. I really appreciate it. I'll say this is now the fourth SPLOST or comparable program I've been through as an elected official, and obviously haven't seen several of them go through as a resident prior to that. And I agree that if there are some things that really are must-haves for the community, I think it's helpful to everybody to lay that out cleanly. You know, for my own part, you know, it's really clear that there are some things fully reliant on TSPLOST at this point. Pavement maintenance is a good example of that. The live stream replacement program, I would note, is another, and we've made such a significant commitment to public transit that I would want to see that have designated funding. And so I would like to hand an opportunity to the resident committee that reflects these priorities, you know, rather than, you know, have the assumption be that the full $140 million, you know, might be at play. So I know several folks interested. So just based on my screen, I'm going to start over to the right with Tim and head on over.
Yeah, the ones that I would say, and I'm definitely open to hearing others, but definitely on the public transit operations. I think that one also is extremely unique because it actually frees up general funds that normally, before we start getting the federal funds, general funds were paying for that transit operation. So it actually frees stuff up. That's a very unique opportunity there. So that one, The culvert and live stream, I'd like to see that. I think that one's funded at 13.4. The Firefly completion, I think makes a lot of sense. Again, something that we've really committed ourselves to. That's a little over 10 million. And then, pavement maintenance, although that is at a very high amount, so 72 million. So I'd be definitely interested in us trying to maybe find out what we could lower that number to that would still be adequate.
That was 25.6 million in the current program, just for context for everybody.
Okay, so moving it down, maybe, I mean, obviously there's gonna be arguments for having it a little bit higher, but moving it down from that 72. But those are the four that I can think of right now.
All right, moving across the screen, Patrick.
So, Commissioner Denson's his request, but I got a quick question on the West Hancock and the West Broad roundabout. We approved that last year, 2 years ago maybe, and are we doing matching funds? I thought GDOT was covering most of that.
I'm gonna ask Keith to answer that.
Sure, Commissioner. So GDOT is providing up to 2.7 million for that roundabout. With the current estimates, we do still have enough money in the existing 2018 program to fund the Athens-Clarke County balance, which is probably close to 3 million of that, which is the land acquisition, all of the design, the environmental work, and then some of the construction, because as construction costs continue to climb, we've talked about the 2.7 that GDOT's putting in isn't enough. That project isn't scheduled to be funded by GDOT until 2024. So it is currently in the 2018 program, but that also, when we did that, that takes all of the project funds away from the West Broad pedestrian improvement project that came from. So we had heard mentioned, that's why we put it on the list, that y'all might want to fund that with a new TSPLOST that's more active during the 2024 time period. And then the rest of the money could go back to the pedestrian improvements in the West Broad area.
All right, thank you.
Moving across, Melissa.
Yeah, my question had to do with the roundabout too, because I was under the impression that it was pretty much funded with our last TSPLOST and our GDOT match. And I'm wondering about the prospective, any prospective infrastructure funds, since it is a state highway project. And from, there is a TSPLOST proposal for this year for West Hancock pedestrian and improvements and traffic calming, which kind of could cover what's left of the leftover earlier TSPLOST funds from West Broad. Because I know we had some sidewalk projects proposed in the Rock Springs side of West Broad that were rejected because they take up entire front yards. I'm just kind of curious, like, how much are we asking for this roundabout from this new TSPLOST program?
The amount that they had submitted was a $4 million project submission. And but I think they could probably get by with 3.5.
So basically, this would just replace drawing from the 2018 TSPLOST.
There would be $3.5 million left from the 2018 TSPLOST for pedestrian improvements throughout the West Broad corridor and the surrounding neighborhoods.
No, well, there's 3.3 million left in the West Broad project today.
But because I believe the reason that there was a submittal for the Hancock corridor was because we were under the impression that all that money was going to be going towards the roundabout, and now we have this new proposal for roundabout money. So I just feel like there's like this confusion and conflict going on there.
Well, the current project does have all the roundabout money I mean, the money for 2018 is designated towards the roundabout. Mayor and Commission had already approved that. So the two submissions that came for the West Hancock area and the one for the West Broad roundabout to replace that construction money for 23 were submitted by two separate groups. Whether they talk to each other or not, I don't know. So I would say if you put that money back towards in 23 towards the roundabout and freed up what's in 2018, then perhaps that
So does
other
this mean
submission will go away.
if we get this if we spend all the money, the 2018 money on the roundabout, then I'm just wondering where are we absolving GDOT of their commitment to pay for this by asking for more money out of our TSPLOST, our next TSPLOST round?
Well, the TSPLOST GDOT didn't agree to pay for all of the improvements. They've always agreed to pay for $2.7 million worth of the improvements, which at one point was pretty close to all of the construction costs. But it never included the engineering and the environmental and the land acquisition and those other parts. Athens-Clarke County was always going to have to fund that.
Yeah, I knew that, and I thought that would pretty much take up.
So bottom line on this one, if roundabout money was in the next TSPLOST, that would free up the 28 TSPLOST money for the Hancock corridor for other kinds of projects. So
that's correct.
And there's other project submittals in that corridor that
were
submitted with
that's right.
There wouldn't be any money left in the 2018 for that.
It would be for things other than the roundabout.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Carol.
Okay, I'm definitely for us setting aside money right up front and being clear on this. I went back and looked at the 2005 SPLOST and 2011, and then TSPLOST and SPLOST 2020 to look at it. Clearly, we put money from pavement improvement needs to be in there, unless there's some other way of getting it. We've also had money in there for roads and bridges. So I don't know if we need that in there. The culverts, as you were saying as well. And then the commitment to transit is another thing. I'd also like to make sure that we are finishing what we've started. So, well, I don't know how this ties in with the whole Hancock traffic circle thing.
Carol, you went mute.
Like Firefly, if there are other projects where there's like not enough money in the last TSPLOST to finish it, and we've been working on this forever and need a little bump, we need to finish those projects off. And I'm not talking about expanding the Firefly, to make that clear, just finishing what was there. I do think it's really important that we also be somewhere in here talking about the amount, because I know that pavement improvement request was $70+ million. So what we're talking about can easily add up to 50% of this 140 million. I probably would go for saying there's a lot of sidewalk and bike projects that are among the projects listed, and letting the committee work through those. So I don't necessarily think we need to put that money in where there's always been money for the sidewalks and the bikes and other ones. I'd say let the committee work through on those.
Thanks.
Others. Jesse and Evita.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
so
I guess I feel really strong about this. I understand the importance of completing some of the Firefly proposals. I don't think we should start new Firefly trails until we address the issues in those communities that have not received any significant support from the past TSPLOST or SPLOST. We worked really hard in our districts 2 and 9 because those areas have been excluded. I think my response to County Manager Blaine with the email, I don't know what the percentages should be, but I do think that safety should be our number one consideration. Maybe convenience, which would be transportation and infrastructure, but recreation should definitely be third as a category if I had to put it in tiers. I listened to Stephen Bailey's presentation on the bridges that need to be repaired. I don't think most of us even think about the bridges. I haven't thought about it either, but I do think those need to be considered too. So safety and money should definitely be in those communities that have not received benefits from the past SPLOST or TSPLOST should be given a top priority. I will speak out against one of the projects that I think, but not today, on the Nellie B area, but we can discuss that later. But I think it should be safety, for convenience, that could be travel, infrastructure, and then recreation. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think along with almost everyone who spoke, at least, I definitely want us to fully fund public transit and the live stream culvert replacement. Those seem really important to me. Two things that were raised up that I'm less keen on. For the Firefly, I would like to just let the Citizens Advisory Committee give us their take on that, weighing it alongside all the other bike ped proposals. Thinking about equity community-wide, I'm cautious about continuing inertia behind something that's already there when part of what we're trying to address is needs countywide that include many neighborhoods that have never gotten anything. Regarding pavement, I would also like the advisory committee to give us their take on how much. So I think saying to them, we know we want some amount in there, but letting them give us a recommendation on how much feels better to me than us dictating up front an amount. Of course, we can always adjust it later. And then two things that feel also very important to me. I'm with Ovita on bridges. I'm very worried about failing bridges and existing very dangerous bridges. In District 6, we've got one failed bridge on Fowler Mill that wasn't even rated as failing when it failed. And we've got a bunch of other bridges in the community that are already rated as failing. We've also got two incredibly dangerous bridges for people to walk across. The Tallahassee Bridge will eventually, soon, hopefully, be redone, but the one on Mitchell Bridge is incredibly dangerous over the bypass. And, I'm familiar with these ones in my district, but I'm sure as I understand it, there are many others countywide. So bridges to me really seem like a priority. And the last thing I want to raise up, I don't think I've heard anybody yet, although I did step away for a second, so I'm sorry if someone brought this up, is neighborhood traffic calming. We passed that neighborhood traffic management plan, and I feel like for us to really make good on that plan being followed through on, having some amount of money devoted countywide to that. Equity is built into the approach to how we go about that. But that seems really important to me, especially because we did build in the opportunity for SPLOST money to be used so that neighborhoods full of lower income homeowners or renters would have the ability to participate in getting safer streets in their neighborhood. Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Blaine.
Could maybe some clarification. So because there were so many projects, 91 presented, last week staff had suggested that perhaps you consider appropriating a certain amount of dollars for certain categories in addition to designating some projects that you were definitely interested in. Based on some feedback that we got from y'all, we're not recommending that you create fixed percentages or anything like that. We are now just asking you if there are any projects that you want to designate that you want to have happen so that they can plan better. So unless someone wants to go back to that, we're not recommending buckets with percentages.
Thanks, Blaine. As the hour's growing late, let me just hear from anybody who I haven't heard from. Patrick?
Yes, you heard from me. So I thought we're talking high level, like I'm looking for pedestrian or this type of. So you're asking for specific of the 91 projects. Which one do? is that your ask, County Manager Blaine? Or, yeah.
Either, well, and when I say specific projects, so for instance, if you wanted to fund transit, you know, how much would you want to put towards that? If you did want to do this, stormwater, you know, how much might go there? If you wanted to set aside a certain amount for paving, or, you know, so that they know, and then let's just say of the 140 million or so million dollars, you know, you want to do something with 50 of it, then they know they've got, you know, 90 that they can then try and, you know, recommend for the rest. So if there's certain things that, you know, this body pretty much wants to do, I think they would probably appreciate you letting them know on the front end.
Russell, I hadn't heard from you yet.
Thanks. I very much would like to see a project done that didn't quite make the cut last TSPLOST, and that is the improvement at the 5 Points intersection. That's a major intersection in our county, and it has a elementary school really close to it. So there's a modest proposal that's been put forward to tweak that intersection and make it more safe for pedestrians. And I'm glad that the conversation has gone towards safety, because we've had, I believe, 19 crash fatalities this year in our county. That's remarkable for me. I can't, I mean, that's a pretty striking figure. We still got some months to go. So there was a bicyclist that was struck and killed close to Winterville recently. So, you know, there are many areas of our county that were frankly just built poorly. And the substandard infrastructure of this county is resulting in the deaths of our citizens. So, again, I will continue to push for multi-use paths as the optimal design, the safest design, where you can separate the users. You're not going to have bicycles and pedestrians conflicting with cars, which are resulting in all of these fatalities. So I've been working with Commissioners Hamby and Wright, and also been talking with the management team over the past few years about the possibility for a multi-use path that stretches down Millage Avenue and connects to Prince Avenue. So from 5 Points to Normaltown and into downtown. We know that the most important pedestrian and bicycle corridors in our county are on those two main thoroughfares. They're flat and they're heavily trafficked, and they connect to hundreds of neighborhoods. We're investing in a multi-use path on Prince, so I'll be talking with my colleagues more about how we can tie that together and really create the beginnings of a significant network of multi-use paths in this county, which hopefully will result in less fatalities on our roads. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Russell. And of course, there's certainly going to have to be much conversation offline among us leading up to an October 5th vote. Just before we hit anybody for a second time and wrap, Mike, Allison, anything you wanted to call out? Go ahead, Avita.
I wanted to, I think this question may be for Manager Williams. Staff submitted proposals, and community folk submitted proposals. Is anyone vetting staff proposals? In other words, are there duplications that are showing up in both proposals? And the one that I'm thinking about is the proposal on safe routes to school. That would encompass walking paths and sidewalks. So is anybody pulling those proposals together so the committee does not have to decide on one or the other because they are the same or similar?
Keith, I'll defer to you if you don't mind. And you're muted, sir.
Sorry. I realized earlier I was clicking my pen out of habit, and so I muted. Great question, Commissioner Thornton. There are some public submitted projects that are duplicate to staff, and you brought up a perfect example: safe routes to school. Staff submitted a larger project for sidewalks and other improvements that might incorporate both safe routes to school and safe routes to parks. It's a much bigger project. And then we have some other community projects. I know there's a couple in your district where that was submitted for particularly safe routes to Fowler Elementary, or maybe safe routes to oh shoot, it leaves me out in Winterville, the middle school, Coa Middle School. And so we're not stopping those citizens who have submitted their projects from submitting those. Right now, we're just leaving those for the committee to have to weigh the importance of a bigger overall project versus the individual projects that the public has submitted.
Well, Chief, thank you. And I think if we're trying to give the committee some guidance, maybe because in my district, we really don't care what pot of money it comes from. We just want to make sure that we get those necessities. So if it's through the staff's proposal, we don't want to, bicker about where. So maybe that is, and maybe the committee already knows that they have the ability to combine or collaborate or connect with some of these proposals.
Yes.
And Keith, you and I haven't talked about this, but I would imagine too, if there are slight variations between the two proposals, you want to honor what the citizens or residents have, we don't want to co-opt it to whatever staff thinks, so I guess there's a little bit of art to that to make sure you honor the original intent of submission as well.
Right, and most of what staff has submitted would be the bigger bucket projects, like for that safe routes to school. Well, that could go to any of the 22 public schools.
And I guess that is what my point is. I think schools, we're not actually naming schools in that proposal, from what I understand. So it could be very easily done, and still those community areas may not get funded. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's right.
That's my comment. That's all.
And I guess just for the benefit of the public watching, the SPLOST programs are usually a mix of very specific location projects, and some of them are more, as we refer to them, as buckets. And that, reserves the right for the commission to decide in the future how they want those, best, how they want those funds spent, where they want them spent. And with safe routes to schools, it usually the schools would approach with some ideas about what they wanted to see. So you're correct, Commissioner Thornton.
Y'all, just as we kind of contemplate how this is going to eventually emerge in a vote, that there are a few areas of what seem to be very common interest tonight. I can anticipate that what will benefit us is some engagement with both each other and with staff. So, for example, we talked about a couple of these multi-year large-scale needs: pavement maintenance, for example, stream replacement, bridges, transit. And I can imagine Manager Williams and other staff members on the call, it's probably going to be helpful if commissioners email some questions about what a scale of outcome may cost as we come together in what will invariably be a series of negotiations leading up to that October 5th vote. So just sort of previewing that for everybody. All right, anything last minute before we call it an evening? Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
So when do you think we'll probably be discussing this again as a body outside of email. Would that be at the agenda setting, or is there going to be some kind
Agenda
of
setting.
special WebEx
Yeah.
work session?
Yeah,
Agenda setting?
I think an agenda setting.
Well,
And,
Mayor, if I might,
Go right
it would
ahead.
be helpful if y'all would follow up with some email thoughts. And Keith, Robert, if you would, if you agree, we could kind of compile those in a group and we could give them back out to you, in advance of, just to, engender that discussion amongst yourselves. And then, of course, a public discussion would be had at the agenda setting session. Robert, would
Great.
you, yeah, did you have any other ideas about how best to
No,
facilitate that?
no, I thought that was great. I was going to ask these questions, so you've answered them. Thanks.
All right. Start the email traffic tonight. Go ahead and, Carol, you look like you're ready to start the thread, so we're gonna leave it to you. All right, everybody, please be safe out there. Good to see you all. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank y'all. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.